Yeah, he's here. I'm gonna wheel him up. You ready?
I'm tempted to just stand toward the front.
We're ready.
Okay, this is closed session, and we have speakers, so who's the first speaker?
Yes, Madam President. First speaker is Theo Fitinades. I can never say your last name. I'm getting there.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Directors Dotson, Rosario, Waspy, Weiskamp Lane, Corbett, Coffey. I just read those. It's been good having you. It's been good having you, Director Dotson, and congratulations on your upcoming retirement. I'm in your ward in Berkeley. I'm here to speak when my schedule is able to allow it. I know the consent calendar is at 1 o'clock meeting. I'm here to speak on item H. I felt a lot of joy when I saw that there's attention going to seasonal employees from management and the board. Everyone deserves a living wage, and the district is committed to being competitive, and AFSCME has had to work very hard to keep management and the board in pursuit of that commitment. You know, we, every 4 years, do a lot of bargaining, you're very aware, and then management is paid to represent themselves during comments to the board for their own raises. I see very little information regarding raises for seasonal employees and varying levels of concordance with the targeted comparative range of market median. Heather will go over more of these specifics. And there's a dearth of wage increases for the only unionized seasonal position, which is lifeguards. I feel really disheartened when I see little analysis given to non-unionized positions, an extreme, thorough analysis and very strict standards to unionized positions. We fought hard for a $1 million pool for equity adjustments that I believe all should receive. Please show the same rigor and concern to the budget for all wage increases. A comparison of proposed wage increases for all classifications relating to current and former pay and the 2018-2019 Ralph Anderson and Associates study should be clearly displayed for the public to see. Are any wage increases above the recommended range? Are any left behind? I expect sound reasoning for any wage adjustment which is outside the strict 5% below market median that has been used for AFSCME positions. If our union is being told in negotiations that the budget is tight and $1 million is all that is possible, and yet some positions are being recommended for above market median increases, this doesn't look like good faith bargaining to me. It looks like bargaining tactics. Has this analysis been clearly presented to you? That's wonderful. I'd just like to see it. Please make sure it is shown so that messaging is consistent and we don't have unnecessary discord between AFSCME and the district. I really hope that my information is incorrect and that everything is given the same weight for all wage increases. And I really thank you for the service and the wonderful district. I love working here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker is Heather DeQuincy.
If I may,
Yes, sir.
can we get your comments in writing? It's very well thought out, and do you have that up? Can we, so we can look at it? Thank you, that'd be really helpful.
Send it to me in an email.
Send it.
Thank you.
Give me one copy for Director Dotson. Thanks. Your phone is on. Your phone is on. Yeah. You want it to ring? No, I could hear it.
It's not like.
Oh. Yeah, okay.
Good morning, President Wieskamp, members of the Board of Directors, General Manager Doyle, and Deputy General Manager Alvarez. I'm Heather DeQuincy, an Administrative Analyst in the Public Safety Division. I was selected by AFSCME Local 2428 to serve as a member of the Classification and Compensation Task Force. I came to speak today about the consent calendar item H, the proposed salary adjustments for seasonal classifications. First, I'd like to wholeheartedly support the district's move to increase the salary for our valuable seasonal staff. I strongly believe that all district employees deserve to be compensated at median market rate. I imagine that the compensation study process utilized by the district for the seasonal classifications was similar to that used for the AFSCME study. However, after conducting analysis on the proposed salaries, I found that the results are significantly different. Referring to the handouts I've provided, the first sheet highlights the internal relationship guidelines, which were established within the AFSCME Classification and Compensation Report, Section 5, Salary Range Recommendations. At the bottom, you'll see the internal relationship guidelines include a 10% differential between job classifications with moderate differences, typically in an employment series, and a 15 to 20% differential between job classifications with more significant differences, such as a supervisor over the subordinate job. Moving to the second page, I provided a chart. Please reference the cells in red. The proposed interpretive student aid 2 salary is 33% above the interpretive student aid 1. I find this problematic for 2 reasons. First, this is not a supervisory position, which would warrant a 15 to 20% salary increase, but an employment series, interpretive student aid 1 and interpretive student aid 2, which would warrant a 10% salary increase. Secondly, I find it problematic because, as proposed, the percentage difference is 13% above the internal relationship guidelines implemented for supervisory positions for AFSCME represented classifications. I have similar concerns about the internal relationships of the Recreation Leader Series 1 through 4, which have varying differentials between the levels 33%, 10%, and 25%. These are highlighted in orange. While this is similar to the existing salary structure seen in light orange, implementation of this study's results is an opportunity to fix structural issues from the past and create a salary structure that follows established guidelines. Moreover, the proposed salary for the classification that was compared, which is Recreation Leader 2, is recommended by the consultant to be listed at $1 lower than presented in the board material, which equates to a full 5% over median, while AFSCME positions were recommended to be implemented at 5% below median for the target. Finally, my concern lies with the seasonal positions which report to public safety. The public safety student aid position is currently internally aligned with the interpretive student aid 2. See the yellow highlights. In the proposed salary adjustments, public safety student aid would now only make 86% of the proposed salary of interpretive student aid 2s, demonstrated in the 2 cells to the right of the yellow cells. Additionally, noted in gray, the market median for the 2 other classifications, which were used as comps, are nearly set as the proposed salary start, whereas the public safety student aid returning salary remains 3% below the market median. Without access to the final report from the consultant, it's hard to understand why this discrepancy exists. And the last classification I'd like to discuss is that of seasonal lifeguard. While these are AFSCME represented positions, which were evaluated within the AFSCME classification and compensation process and report, the entry-level salary discrepancy that could be created by approving these salary adjustments will certainly increase the recruiting challenges already faced by the lifeguard service unit. In 2019, the lifeguard service unit struggled with recruitment, only hiring 45 of 60 needed recruit lifeguards. Lifeguard 1, the entry-level classification for lifeguards, will continue to pay at a level that falls only above interpretive student aid 1, recreation leader 1, and student laborer. whereas in the current salary structure, the position is essentially equivalent to field intern and intern. The proposed salary schedule would place lifeguard 1 at 23% below these positions. See the green highlights. This inequity among seasonal staff salaries creates a dynamic where being represented by AFSCME Local 2428 has created a detrimental financial situation for the seasonal lifeguards and should be corrected. Based on the discrepancies found in this analysis and the desire to maintain equity among represented and unrepresented classifications, I urge you to table the salary adjustments for seasonal classifications until these points can be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, we do not have any more speakers.
Okay, thank you all for being here. Due consideration will be given as always, and I'm glad that you're glad to be a Park District employee. You know, I always tell everybody that if you're in an elected position, there's nothing better than being on the East Bay Regional Park District Board. So, thank you so much. We'll go back to the private session.
More choices, more money. With Bayer Plus Rewards, you choose from our broad portfolio of high-performance products. Earn more money on the eligible products that are right
my apologies for the late beginning, but believe it or not, we have a lot on all of our agendas these days, and you know what December is like, I hope, so you can understand my apologies, but we have to do what we have to do. So I'd like to call the regular meeting of December 3rd, Board of Directors, East Bay Regional Park District, to order. And I would like Mr. Coffey to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join us.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Oops, so sorry. I need approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Coffey. Motion seconded. Those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. So we will move forward. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, Madam President,
Okay.
we have one speaker. Chris Newey.
It is.
Welcome.
Thank you. President Wieskamp, Board of Directors, I'm Chris Newey, President of ASME, Local 2428. I'm here today to speak on item H, the salary adjustments for seasonal employees. As many of you all know, at the conclusion of the classification compensation study performed on ASME represented classifications, after the equity adjustments were applied, many of the classifications we represent were still 9.83% below the median wage established by the study from comparable agencies. ASME never wants to be in the position to advocate for employees to not get equitable wages. That's something we should always be for. The problem we have with this item is the way it's being applied. We feel is being applied in an unequal manner. That these classifications are being brought up to median while we're still far from it. We're asking for, at this time, for this item to be pulled from the consent calendar and be revised to something that we could support. We can never support for any increases that go beyond the increases we got, putting another group of employees in a better market position than the employees we represent. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker. We don't have any further ones at this time? Okay. All right. Then we will move on to the consent calendar. Dee, you had several items. Do you still need answers on any of those items?
Did you know that this is remote control?
I only have one outstanding.
L. Okay, anyone else have any items they have a question on? Other than H, which we already said we'd talk about. K, okay.
You're gonna ask.
K,
Piggyback on K and L, please.
Is M on the list?
all right, piggybacking on what's already been pulled.
Yeah.
Okay, then we'll go to
Oh, I see.
the questions from the board and then the issue of H after that. K, Director Lane.
Yeah, I think this is, the decision to award a contract to the Crown for our regional in nature and some other additions is just fine. However, we did put a bid out, and we only got one person bidding, and I guess my question is, or one entity, is what happens when that entity doesn't bid anymore? Would you like to look into the future? or try and answer that.
Got to look into the future. Congratulations, Carol.
Carol Johnson, Assistant General Manager, Public Affairs. Thanks for the question. We have been looking at that. We have been actively engaged with the East Bay Times, which is another publishing entity who, the reason we have not received any bids is because they feel, and we do as well, that their dollars are extremely excessive in terms of what they would be charging us. So there is that option if the San Francisco Chronicle failed to want to bid on this very large project, basically of $500,000 closely, to produce all of our activity guides. We've also in the past gone after some private vendors, news media. Those two are a lot more excessive in their dollars. So right now we have a very sweet and an ongoing relationship with the San Francisco Chronicle. They have continued to keep their prices level or flat as we are even growing in terms of adding additional publications with our fire information guides that are going out. So I think the bottom line answer is we have been looking at it. We will continue to look for options, and we should receive information far in advance if the Chronicle chooses to stop publishing. However, at this point, they have guaranteed us that that is not likely. This is an important investment for their business as much as it is an important investment for ours.
Yeah, no, I just want to thank you, and I think the regional in nature is an essential piece for us, and I want to say how much I appreciate the work that is reflected in it, and all the number of people that read it to make sure it's accurate, and that I really do like that centerpiece that allows you to decide what you want to do over the weekend in your regional parks when you look at it on Friday. So thank you.
That was an important addition that we made several years ago, in part because of some voices from the board who wanted a similar calendar section that would be easy to be able to reference a date and an opportunity to visit our parks for a program.
And I'd like to add that I always have some in my car that I pass out, and the junior mechanic that works on my car is always happy to get it for his family. So I think if you keep some on hand for those that do not take newspapers, I think it's a nice asset. It's easy to go through and figure out things that work for an individual family. So thank you so much for that.
Ann?
Anyone else?
Me.
Yes. Colin.
I noticed we distribute through the CSU East Bay magazine. I wondered if we've looked at distribution vehicles on the various community colleges or UCB.
I'm looking at Mona Coe, who has been responsible for some of those relationships. I'm not certain on that, so I'm going to ask her to come up and address that question.
You know, UC has a major
I'm sure
publication.
Mona will have an answer.
Daily Cal.
Thank you for the question. Yes, we now distribute with Cal State East Bay, and we had a couple of other universities before. The problem is with some of these universities, they have students who manage the newspaper and they do the invoicing too, and a lot of times the students are not on top of invoicing, and we have to call them, write them emails over and over again, and it has been difficult to get invoicing from them, and also inconsistency because the student will graduate and another student comes and does it. So we've had challenges with the colleges, but we have talked with several colleges to see if they are willing to have somebody who's more permanent to do it. So it's something we continue to explore.
Okay, I would just urge that it be pursued, especially at UC Berkeley. And a lot of these students become property and parcel taxpayers in our jurisdiction, so I think they shouldn't be overlooked.
And Director Cobb, and board members and employees, so.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Director
Now, the
Corbett?
good thing is we also distribute not inserted newspapers at the campuses. We do bundlings. We also do it at coffee shops and with East Bay Express. I know a lot of students in UC Berkeley and the Bay Area, they read East Bay Express. So we also do a lot of bundling to libraries, to university campuses. Thank you.
Mona covers the waterfront and all of the district. We know that. Okay. Anything further on this? All right. Dennis?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I think the Regional in Nature is a great publication. I'm glad we're doing it. I especially appreciate the wildfire prevention guides that are being included this year, and have been in the last couple of years. I think it's a very, very valuable document that I use a lot. And one of the, on the next item, but it's the same, when we were talking about Dakota Press, we refer to it in the qualities of Dakota Press is that they're a Bay Area green business. I was wondering if the San Francisco Chronicle is a Bay Area green business also.
Again, Mona will have to address that.
I believe they are, and also they're a union, so, but I can double check on that and get back to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Okay, thank you, Mona. Anything further on this? My goodness, I didn't expect that much discussion on it. Okay, we'll go to L. At D.
Yes, actually, and I misspoke. It wasn't L, it was I.
Looks like
I couldn't read my own handwriting. Sorry.
Well, as long as it's been covered.
This is about the uniforms.
Okay.
I see we've come to an agreement on the sole source contract for Gauls LLC. Are we going to see a policy soon? I mean, I'd like to see when we. I'd like to see what the uniform is going to consist of,
This is on
what our
I,
employees are going to look like.
uniforms.
AGM O'Connor is coming up.
Welcome.
This is General Manager Jim O'Connor, Operations. So, I'm sorry, Director Rosario, could you repeat your question?
I'm just wondering how soon we can see the completion of the agreement with, as far as the full, you've selected a contractor or a vendor, and when are we going to see what the uniform policy is going to look like?
We just had our first meet and confer, official meet and confer on this item today with the union, and we're going to have another meeting next week. So I think we're going to work through the final elements of that, and then I will talk with the GM and the DGM about the process of bringing that to the board. Okay? You bet.
Okay, if there's nothing further, we will go to item H. It has been requested that we delay on this item. The board has had discussion about this in session. And do I have a motion to delay the concern,
Yeah, the staff supports a postponement until we have further discussions.
Okay, probably, let's say it will be in the new year. I think that's safe to
Yes.
say. Okay, anything further? Okay.
Do we need a motion?
Do we need a motion?
Yes, but President Wieskamp, there were speakers on that
Okay.
item.
We've had one speaker on the issue, but if there are further speakers, certainly.
There are 3 speakers on this item. First one is going to be Chris Newey.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Chris Newey, President of ASME, Local 2428. Yeah, I mean, I put in the second speaker card thinking that if this item wasn't going to be pulled, then I would like to speak to it. But I'm glad everyone's considering pulling it. Just want to reiterate, yeah, that the ASME still, many classifications are still 9.83% below median. And that ASME feels moving forward with these is an equal treatment for the bargaining group versus the non-represented. This puts the non-represented in a better market position as ASME employees. And I just want to also to think about, with youth fairs coming up, trying to recruit young people to the district. that if this item does move forward the way it's written out, you know, lifeguard 1 is going to be one of the lowest paid positions that for all district employees. So as the youth are there looking at their options for what positions they're going to apply for, you know, gate attendant and other positions are going to be that much more desirable. Really putting lifeguard services in a really bad position to keep up with the recruitment of the qualified applicants they need to keep those programs running. So I just want you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe the board had asked for a full report, and I'm sure we will get that in the new year. Do you want to vote on this separately?
We have 2 more speakers, Madam President.
2 more speakers?
Yes,
Fine.
Raphael Bilal, starts with a V.
Thank you.
I can't read your writing.
Well, hey, that happens to all of us.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Well, thank you. My name is Rafael Villalva. I'm a lifeguard, seasonal lifeguard for the district. I've been one for 6 seasons now, since 2014, so 6 summers. Thank you for tabling the issue. It really means a lot to me, especially because I personally feel like if it was a voted yes or approved, that it wouldn't be a true equal and equitable treatment on behalf of the lifeguards, because it would make, well, everyone else would get 16 to 35%, and then we would be left with 0. And then if that were to happen, we would be compared to rec leaders and student laborers, which I feel like would be an appropriate comparison, because from their job descriptions, it seems like they, from quote, recreation leader, support day camps, overnight camps, afternoon programs, and etc. Instructions of implementing of outdoor recreational programs and fishing, hiking, backpacking, kayaking, canoeing, bicycling, games, and skits. And student laborers, they collect litter, sweep paths, parking lots, clean toilets, and so on. I'm not trying to devalue their work, but I don't feel like that's quite what the lifeguards do, especially lifeguards 1. From my experience, we're kind of put in hazardous situations, if I may call it, rescuing people who are panicking in the water. That could be hazardous for us. I don't think it's apples and apples when we are comparing those 2 job descriptions with the lifeguards. We're also asked to go pattern dive for someone in dark waters like Del Val and Shadow Cliffs. We're trying to find someone up to 15 feet deep for up to an hour. We're trying to save people with our skills or all of our certifications. Just this summer, our lifeguards saved someone at Shadow Cliffs. So I personally don't think it's a right comparison, but all in all, it doesn't seem like it's an issue now because it's been tabled, so I appreciate it. And on behalf of the entire lifeguard, seasonal lifeguard branch, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, each and one of you.
Okay, thank you for coming. We have one more.
Meadow Darcy.
Good afternoon, Meadow Darcy, Vice President of ASME Local 2428. Today's my birthday, so I did not prepare anything today because I was enjoying my birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. But I did want to really thank the board, President Wieskamp and the rest of the board of directors. Thank you very much for pulling this item. I think it's a really important item to have further discussion on. I think that the district, in passing its resolution back in 2018, has shown that it supports labor unions and making sure that our workforce is strong through supporting labor and organized labor. And what this proposal would have done was really create 2 different levels within the seasonal class, union represented positions and non-union represented positions. Whereby the union represented positions would be paid significantly less and not entitled to appropriate raises to keep them competitive with other jobs. And to me, I don't think the board would be interested in doing something like that, and because in effect that would be telling our members that union membership means nothing, that union membership is actually a detriment to you to join the union, because if you didn't join the union, you would get a raise. So I'm sure that's not the intent, of course, but I do want the board to consider the effect of that. And again, as Chris said, we're never here. We always want to raise everyone up. That's the important part of our job, is to raise everyone up. And one of the reasons in our negotiations why we negotiated for a classification and compensation study was to raise everyone up. It hadn't been done in 20 years. We felt like it was important for employees to know where they stand in comparison with other agencies. That classification and compensation study was completed for AFSCME and now is going through the different groups. But once it was completed for AFSCME, we were left at a cap of a certain amount that we could stay at. And that currently is 9.83% behind the median. So I guess I lost my mic a little bit. But I wanted to make sure that that we were able to advocate for bringing everyone up and not having different groups raised at different rates. It's really important that the bargaining groups be treated equally. What's good for one is good for all. Another point that I just wanted to make was about internal alignment. I think the best strategy of the district is to take all of the positions and look at the district as a whole and ensure that everyone in the district is internally aligned properly. If we were to take our seasonal positions and compare them to the next level up that they would promote into, that sounds completely logical. However, when we were processing or doing our classification and compensation study, that option was not available to us. We were not able to look at internal alignment between bargaining groups. So to allow an unrepresented group to then compare to a represented group and then not let the represented group compare to another unrepresented group is really disparate treatment. And so all of this to say, I know the board supports the union. I know the board supports organized labor. And I just ask that you keep that in mind, that actions like these, while may seem like something that's great for seasonal employees, and again, it's difficult to be up here because we absolutely support it. We want to bring everyone up. It really is something that we believe the district should look at as a whole and make sure that everybody's compensated fairly and properly. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'm sure the whole board says happy birthday. And as a former teacher, for an unprepared speech, I think I'd give you an A. Okay, can we handle all of these items together? Would you prefer to do
You
this
should take a
separate?
vote to
On this one?
table this
Okay,
item.
let's take a vote then on H. Do I have a proposal?
I'd like to make the motion.
Okay. Motion made and seconded, Rosario and Wasby. Further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. So obviously, the speeches were for some good reason, right? The rest of the consent calendar, do I have a motion? I'll move. Lane? Do I see Corbett saying second? Yes, okay. Further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Well, we made it through. Yay. Then we will next go to the General Managers Division, and our staff will flee, except for Finance. This is the introduction of the East Bay Regional Park District 2020 Proposed Operating Project and Program Budget. Welcome.
So we are very happy, very pleased to present this on the recommendation of the Finance Committee. And this is the first of the two deliberative meetings on the decision of one of the most important things we do at the district and the major fiduciary responsibility of this board through the elected process. A couple of highlights: this includes a significant amount of new staffing, primarily in the field, which is very important for all the growth we've had in the district. And I'm sure that many other highlights that Deborah will present, but I wanted to really say that we really are doing our best to catch up to the needs of fully taking care of the parks that we manage. So thank you.
Great.
Good afternoon. Deborah Auker, Assistant General Manager of Finance and Management Services. And we are happy to introduce the 2020 proposed budget to the board. We're going to review the budget process, the performance goals that are included in the 2020 budget, the budget details, the capital project and program volume, and next steps. So as the general manager stated and as listed in the general manager's message, which is the first section of the budget, the district is working towards opening 3 new regional parks within the next year. They've all been in process. You've been hearing about them, but we're hoping that we're getting closer in 2020. The Dumbarton Quarry Campground is one of them. We're hoping to open by the end of the year. Judge John Sutter Regional Shoreline will have additional phases open during 2020, and Concord Hills continuing to complete that acquisition and work towards the opening of one of our what will be our largest regional park. As you heard in a couple of months ago, we have a huge capital program here at the Park District, and we're working on over 16 major capital projects at a cost of over $57 million. 88% of that is paid by other people's money or our bond money, non-general fund money, so that's very exciting for us. And throughout this budget, we have our theme of public access, environmental restoration, vegetation management, public safety, water-related improvements, and facilities and infrastructure are some of the highlights in this budget. So our budget process starts at the beginning of each year. We have our, oops, I went too far. We have our board workshops. We have 5 regularly scheduled board workshops. We had an extra trails workshop this year where we get input from the board members as we develop our work plans. With that and all the other projects that we're working on, we develop our performance plan. And then we develop our revenue projections based on mainly the assessed valuation of the 2 counties. We develop a base budget which is set on our current level of service. So we have our current level of service as our starting point, along with any increases in agreements that are in place, including our employee agreements. So that's our starting point. And then if our revenue projections exceed that, we have the opportunity for growth. And we put together, based on the division's request, sometimes it starts at the bottom up, and it also is from the top down. We put together requests for each division, and they are reviewed by the executive team, and we figure out what we can fund within the new year. With that, we put together our proposed draft budget, which was delivered to you on November 17th. That's the 2-volume proposed budget. Remember, the proposed budget is still a draft. It will have edits. You've received a couple of addendums of things that didn't quite print right, and that is part of what we're asking you to look at today. We went to the Board Finance Committee on November 25th and did a real complete review. We also had 3 all-staff presentations on the budget. We had one here in October in this room. We went out to Big Break and did a staff presentation, and to Tilden at the EEC and did a staff presentation for any members of the staff that had questions or wanted to provide input. We presented to the Park Advisory Committee on November 25th as well, and I think I provided you with the comments from some of the PAC members. If you didn't get a hard copy of that, I'll make sure that you do today before I leave. And then here we're at our first public hearing, the introduction of the budget, and in 2 weeks we'll come back at an evening meeting for the second public hearing and request the adoption of the budget. So that is our budget process. The budget always starts with our master plan, our mission statement, our vision statements are what we pull from as we put together our performance plan. All of our performance goals are also from the master plan, and I'm going to walk you through some of the specific objectives that we've identified in this budget as things that we want to accomplish, dollars that we've put in here to meet these different objectives and goals. So improve access to public parklands and outreach to underrepresented groups. Several items we have in here for public access. We we talked about the Brickyard Cove at McLaughlin East Shore State Park. We had originally done the grading there, and now this year we're ready to develop the new parking area with a restroom, a patio, some native plants, and garden there. We have $2.5 million in the budget for that project. I think a significant part of that was paid for with a state park grant. We have our extension of the San Francisco Bay Trail at Lone Tree Point. We have a $4 million budget for that, and we hope construction will begin this spring. We're updating our American Disabilities Act self-evaluation and transition plan. The first one was put into place in 2006. We've done projects over the years, and we need to kind of have a new baseline and look where we are so we can continue our focus in the right areas. And then also continuing recruiting in the bilingual area for park ambassadors and employees. Yes, sir. Director Rosario.
Regarding the bilingual park ambassadors, shouldn't we also, we might even do this, and I'm not even aware of it, shouldn't we also recruit permanent employees that are bilingual as well?
Correct. We are. We have a focus on employees as well as ambassadors.
I didn't see the employees part. Thank you.
Yes, as always. Okay.
You're always one step ahead of me.
No problem. Attract and retain a workforce of excellence. So here, as part of this budget, you'll see throughout, we are working on new vegetation management practices. And so we are adjusting staffing levels, and we have equipment in here to implement our new policy to eliminate the use of glyphosate in developed areas. There are several staff positions in here. Also in this area, we're going to continue our professional development and leadership training and in the understanding of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Enhancing staffing levels to accommodate new park openings, kind of what we call our pipeline process, is a big priority for us, and streamlining the hiring and onboarding process through our Human Resources Department, working on improving that area. Our next goal, balance environmental considerations with outdoor recreation opportunities. Here we're highlighting the Dumbarton Quarry Campground. And as I spoke about before, deploying new equipment to implement our elimination of glyphosate. In this budget, we have lots of new equipment. I'll go over the details later. We are also, it came to the board earlier, we're renovating the water system at Del Val Regional Park, and we have a $4 million grant for that from the state. And continuing all of our work in the land use plan, area of land use plans. We've made a lot of progress this year. This budget continues work in Concord Hills, South Las Trompas, Black Diamond Mines, and the Roddy Golf Course area. Another goal is restore, preserve, protect, and maintain the scenic, natural, and cultural resources of the district. Our wildfire reduction program, our fuels management program, is very well funded in this budget. We're continuing to work with the City of Alameda on establishing an agreement for a new regional park out in at the former Alameda Naval Air Station. Completing the shoreline restoration at Encinal Beach, utilizing a San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority grant. And beginning the Major Creek restoration at Sibley Volcanic Regional Preserve, also with a state grant, a significant state grant for that project, which is a total of $14.6 million in the project budget. And then also a new item in here, developing guidelines for managing and storing our growing archive program. And staffing is included for that as well in this budget. Foster a safe visitor experience, updating our emergency operations plan and doing a lot of training with park employees. As we mentioned in our previous item today, continuing our outreach initiatives for wildfire prevention. Public Affairs is continuing with all of the different publications that we're putting out. And then also the board has taken action on the low band radio communication system, so really doing that upgrade during the year, completing the evaluation of our air support unit in public safety, and providing trail safety education programs. Enhancing the visitor's relationship to nature. We are increasing in our goals, increased number of youth and families served through our interpretive and outdoor recreation programs, completing the interpretive pavilion at Shadow Cliffs, which I think we're going to talk about later today on your agenda. And then Public Affairs is always working on updating our website, and this one is to create an app for mobile devices so that people can access that when they're in and out of self-service coverage areas. Creating a master cultural arts policy and program to deepen the visitors' connection to the Park District. Lots of continued things that you've heard about before and new items. So ensuring the fiscal health of the district, continuing to seek grants. We're very successful in that area. Updating and developing procedures so that all of our financial services won't have any blips in any kind of an emergency, making sure all of our banking works correctly. Partnering with the Regional Park Foundation for a capital campaign to benefit the renovation or rebuilding of the EEC at Tilden. Continuing to seek grants for paved roads and trails through the county transportation initiatives, and grant advocacy to make sure that the grants that are out there, that we know what the rules are and we can help make sure that they apply to us. And then our last goal to talk about today, plan for climate change resiliency, promoting and funding of green transportation corridors, completing the design at the Coyote Hills Restoration and Public Access Project, finishing the construction at Bay Point Regional Shoreline, and then also updating our fleet management software and programs to get a better baseline of how our fleet is doing. So those are the major new objectives and continued objectives that we have in the budget. Now I'm going to transition over to some numbers. So before you have a 2020 district-wide balanced budget of $276 million. That is up by about $7 million from the prior year, a 2.6% overall increase in the budget. We'll cover the resource side first. 262 million. That's an increase in our resources of 9.5%. Our taxes are the largest growing area, 191 million. That's up over 7% from last year. Fees and charges are about the same as last year, except for the internal charges, which we've done a little bit differently in this budget. Contracts and leases, interest is up a bit, and then our other resources include our transfers. And so when you look at it in a pie chart, you can really see the property tax portion of our budget. So the property tax is driven by the assessed valuations over all of Alameda and Contra Costa County. Again, this year, we know that the economy is starting to slow, but it hasn't hit our assessed valuation yet. It will in the future years start to slow down the growth in our property tax revenue. Here we have 83% of our total resources from property tax. As I mentioned, charges for services is the next, and the other ones are 1 and 2% of our total. On the expenditure or the appropriation side, we have appropriations of 276 million. The majority of that are operating budget for our staffing and personnel costs. Part of it is supplies and services, which is also towards operations, and our internal charges, how we charge ourselves for things like insurance, workers' compensation, improvement to our infrastructure. And our project budget is over 20 million. Our debt service component is based on the debt service schedules that we have for our WW bonds, and the transfers between funds is 33 million. And so, as I mentioned, the general fund, this is kind of fun. Our general fund is our most significant operating fund. Our special revenues include things like our lighting and landscaping districts, the Measure WW local grant program, which is in its last few years, and Measure CC, which is in its last year of collecting revenue. There's 6 months of revenue from Measure CC in here, and another 6 months from Measure FF. Our project budgets include all the capital projects and programs we have, internal service I mentioned, and debt service I've talked about. So here are district-wide appropriations in this 2020 budget are here on this pie chart. The majority of that, 56%, going towards personnel costs. Supplies and services are 17%, and capital outlay has some growth this year due to a lot of equipment that we're purchasing for our vegetation management program. So now let's talk about the personnel slice of our budget. The most significant part of what we do is providing services to the public. And so with this budget, we have proposed 27.46 new additional full-time equivalents, and that will bring us to 874 FTEs. Now that's slightly different than what's in your proposed budget. We've reduced it by 0.93 because we caught an error that we talked about with the Finance Committee. So the adopted budget will show the correction, reducing just under 1 FTE in ASD from a prior year. Also included in these additions are 6.55 pipeline positions. That's when we make sure that we have staff for new parks or growth in parks. So over 2 positions for Judge John Sutter Shoreline, over 2 positions for Dunbarton Quarry Campground, 1 additional position for Del Val Visitor Center, 1 additional position for Concord Hills, and a part of an FTE for stewardship out at Bay Point. Those are the pipeline new parks or growth in parks that are coming online that we want to make sure we include right off the top. Also, we have a program where we are kind of phasing out this 9-month park ranger, and so in this budget we were able to upgrade 8 9-month park rangers to be 12-month positions, which is really how they're working anyways. Rarely do these members of our staff go on furlough anymore. They're always kind of coming back and working. So that really fits to what we're doing here. To give you another look at how we are adding these new positions, the new 27 FTEs is broken down here by type, showing that the majority of those positions are out in the field. 80% are represented by Ask Me Local 2428. 9% of the new positions are the Police Association. That includes 1.5 police officers. And the remainder is unrepresented staff. So here is another way of showing the new positions that are added, since this is a significant part of our budget. Operations Division gets 15.6 of those FTEs, the majority of those being park rangers, naturalists, and there is some recreation staff included in there. Public safety includes the 1.5 new police officers. They already have a 0.5, so we'll be able to hire 2 police officers. It also includes the 3 fire crew members that we brought in for the end of this year. So those will be permanently staffed, and a couple of other positions in the area of a couple of other FTEs in the area of lifeguards. In acquisition, stewardship, and development, there's 1 ecologist position added, and the clerk of the board is getting an assistant clerk of the board. The finance department is upgrading a part-time position to a full-time position in the payroll unit. And then public affairs, there's 1 position for the Regional Park Foundation, a chief position, and also a archive supervisor. In legislative, we have a legislative analyst position in legislative and executive, and that makes up our new staffing there. So as, yes, sir.
Question. In public affairs, you said chief.
I did.
The public affairs includes the foundation.
Right.
And the chief position is in the foundation. that level.
Was that level achieved before?
No, it's a higher level.
So this is a higher level than previously?
Correct.
So with the growth of the foundation, we're recommending a new position be added to the foundation. 50% of that will be paid by the foundation, and 50% will be picked up by the district.
Okay. I just, the chief part was new.
Correct.
I hadn't heard of that before. Okay.
So Director Lane had the opportunity to review the budget in great detail, and this is a chart that she asked us to kind of just bring forward so the full board can see the growth. We have it in FTE growth over the last 5 or 6 years, and also kind of comparing to the acreage growth of the Park District. We have a few other charts that also show this, so I'll go to the charts and then we can come back to this if Director Lane wants to make any comments on it. Here's another way of showing
I'd
the
like to
growth.
make a comment on the previous chart.
Sure.
There, and thank you for putting that together. What it says to me, particularly the bottom chart, is that what we are gradually doing is opening up our land banks. And we're not necessarily increasing acreage by huge amounts every year, but we are beginning to meet that promise that we've said to people, which is property won't be in a land bank forever. And we are creating parks that therefore need staff when we open them. And you can see how that has increased in the last 5 years.
Thank you.
Respect it.
We have, last year, I believe we were asked to add this chart, which also shows that there is growth in acreage. And as Director Lane stated, not only just getting new acreage, but opening up and expanding parks that we already have. So here it shows that we have been able to add a significant number of positions to the Park District, and we're trying to balance, like I mentioned, about 6.5 FTEs for new park openings, and the remainder really to show that there is a need for growth in administrative and other field staff in order to keep up with all of our great success in our parks. So that was the information I had on staffing. If there's any questions on staffing.
Yes, just a quick question that just brought something to mind. Do we have a employee per acre number?
We do not.
My gosh, somebody could figure it out, though, I
Yeah,
expect.
it would be good to have. I
Go to
think.
work, everybody.
And
Dr.
also-
Corbett, it's very, even if we did that, it would
I-
be skewed because we have a big park with a
I
lot of
get it.
acres and little staff, and we have little parks with lots, like you take Shadow
Yes.
Cliffs, lots of staff, but.
Look at the Ohlone.
So it's apples and oranges.
It's something I would still like to know. And also in the chart that Beverly requested, I think that is extremely important as well. But the more acreage we get, every time we grow, that percentage is smaller in a way, you know what I mean? So the growth, we have a larger number of acres and whatever our growth rate is from the amount of acreage we're getting. And I don't know if that truly tells the story. That 3.95, if you compare that growth percentage to the percentage of employees, I think that's kind of apples and oranges too. So keeping in mind the actual acreage as opposed to the percentage increase, I think is an important thing to
Yeah,
follow. as
we've
well.
tried to express that in the past, all the way back to Jerry Kent, of like what is the, how much per open space undeveloped park, land bank versus developed park. I mean, a Tilden Park or Del Valle are very different than Las Trampas or Briones.
Yes, but still good to know. Thank you.
Great. Okay, now I'm going to go through a few of the highlights of other things besides staffing that we have included in this budget. The board has made certain initiatives a priority in funding, which we appreciate. For instance, land acquisition, we have our WW bonds, and so every year we want to make sure we have enough in appropriations that we can be ready for opportunities that come up. So there's an additional $8 million in appropriations of WW money set aside for land acquisition, and throughout the year we come back to the board to supplement that. We also have an initiative to fund fuels management, not only with grants, but with general fund money. We've grown that by $100,000 every year. So this year we have $1 million of general fund money going into our fuels and vegetation management program. So we also have secured over $7 million in FEMA grants for fuels management, and over the life of Measure CC, $8 to $9 million was funding that
Just
program as well.
a reference on the fuels management. We've gotten through the permit processes and the litigation over our fuels plans for the most part, and so now I just think that our fuels and fire management is really starting to put the pedal to the metal, hiring staff. I think the new crews, including the additions this year, have done a tremendous amount of good work, and I think you'll be seeing that. We'll actually be able to show you some of the great work. I just saw some pictures recently, but I think it's just been, it shows a major commitment by this district to deal with the ongoing threat of fires and climate change, and I think it took a long time to not just get the money, get the permits, get the clearances, and then also be able to get the staff on board to do that. So we've been putting the money away, similar to the pension trust or the remediation. We're not going to be able to fund that in 1 year, but over time, this board has really shown great foresight in starting to put away enough money that someday we can have enough there. And I think the pension fund is a great example of that, because we know that CalPERS is going to go up and down, and we're going to have a liability there, so we're trying to keep up, and I think we're one of the best agencies at doing that. I think we're one of the first of a handful to do the pension trust fund to help that, and I think it was just great foresight. I'm really proud of what the district has done with that.
Yes, Director Rosario.
I don't see, we're talking about replacing the helicopter, and is that slated for 2021?
There is a budget for replacement of the helicopter. As we get the study back, we'll see if we have set aside adequate funds for that.
And which fund is that?
It's, there is a major equipment replacement fund, and I believe that project has, off the top of my head, I'm going to say $6 million for the replacement of the helicopter.
Okay, doesn't sound like it's going to be enough.
Yeah, and I think just to comment that I think we did, like last year, we did 120 drops from the helicopter, and I think we're utilizing the helicopter unit more and more for fire, particularly on the Bambi bucket, and at some point we're going to have to address whether we can carry more capacity on water with the size of engines we have. I intend to make this a legislative priority this year. There's a lot of money around for fires across the state, not necessarily for equipment, but I think we are responding to other people's fires, not ours, and we have to do that. We can't just sit idle if there's a fire next to our park, but it is creating a burden on that equipment, and I think we're going to have to really address that, because we have kind of look at it like we're the first to land, and then the Cal Fire Cavalry comes a little bit later. But we're really on the spot to get out there and prevent the fires from getting into the park sometimes. We don't get paid by the local jurisdictions when we put the fire out in Moraga or Orinda or other places. So it's something I think we need to have a conversation with our legislators about.
Thank you.
Director Corbett?
On this slide, obviously some of these funds are invested, so they grow in value over time. On the environmental remediation gun club funds, are they in a separate fund? Are they segregated? Do they grow? Is the growth usable for the fund for the remediation?
The The money set aside for the environmental remediation of the gun club is part of our pooled investment fund.
Okay.
It is not in a separate fund. Really, the pension trust fund is the only money that we have set aside outside of our regular pooled investments, and our other retirement plans are the only ones that are really separated.
So the investment fund, obviously it grows, but does any of that get accrued towards the remediation, or does it remain at the $1 million?
So every year since the closure of the gun club, we've set aside $1 million. So right now, we've contributed $6.2 million in total for that project. We've expended about $1.5 million, and we are not currently allocating interest to our projects. We do not allocate interest throughout all of the projects.
Okay, thank you.
And then, as we mentioned, the pension trust fund has grown to $7.5 million already. We are not proposing drawing down on that trust in the 2020 year, but we see that the trigger will be hitting in 2021, and so to smooth our rates, we'll be able to draw down on that pension trust if necessary in the future years. So some of the new things in this budget that were proposed through the budget process is continuing with our paving of roads and trails. Sometimes we use one-time money for that, but here we're saying, you know, we have our team set up, we have lots of work to do, and so contributing $1 million towards that program. Our insurance premiums went up for general liability, so we're accommodating that increase. We spoke about our elimination of glyphosate and the fact that we have more staffing and new equipment included in the budget. This part of it is the maintenance and fuel and replacement for this new equipment. So on the next slide, I'll show you the one-time funding. This is kind of the ongoing cost for the new vehicles and mowers and things like that included in this budget. Major maintenance agreements are setting funding aside. Public safety equipment, fish for district lakes has been at about $500,000 for 10 years, and so we're saying we probably need to keep up with the price of fish. And then adding a few new amounts for rangeland monitoring and environmental consultation for CEQA. Any questions on those? Okay, some of our one-time items is, we've been talking about it for a while, but modernizing this building here. So all of the floor space, we've pretty much exceeded what we can do with our current with our current materials, and so we've hired an architect, and they are developing a floor plan to modernize and update the building so we can house additional people, have more meeting space, more storage space, and we're working together with the project for the building across the street. So the modernization project had started before we purchased what we call Peralta Oaks North. We do have a design budget for the building across the street, and we're kind of coordinating that process together. We expect that the modernization could be a construction cost estimated up to $2 million, so we're asking for setting aside part of that to get prepared. I mentioned the remote slope mowers, these very fancy mowers that are going to be able to assist us with vegetation management and other, I think a skid steer mower is included in there, and lots of fancy attachments. The upgrade of the radio system I spoke about earlier, fleet replacements, continuing with the small trails crews to help us during those crunch times during the year when all the work has to get done within a 2-month period. Improvements to grazing, livestock, water infrastructure, and then, as I mentioned earlier, updating the ADA transition plan. So those are the kind of the big ticket items included in this budget. As you know, we have our separate funds where we account for everything. Here we're showing you that we have the $275.9 million in total appropriations. We're using some of our WW money in order to fund some of those projects, and there we have a balanced budget of $262. And then just to quickly go over a few items in the project and program budget, the Volume 2 budget that we kind of made some modifications to last year, adding photos and better descriptions and some more status information. So we have 114 what we call capital projects, and then we have listed 10 programs where we're grouping certain types of program areas together. The majority of new funding included in your budget here is listed. We've talked about a lot of those items. Let's see. Some of the things I didn't cover is the bio-retention facility up at the Tilden Corp Yard, so that we can make sure that anytime we need to hose down vehicles or wash vehicles, it's going into a filter before it is run off. Looking at a study to figure out the water flow at Redwood Canyon Golf Course and possible dredging of Honker Bay. Work at the Rada Ranch barns. Renovating some picnic areas and campground areas at Sonol and Briones. Putting money aside for that. That's WW money. Equipment storage, and still working on some FEMA projects for slopes. So a few projects we're highlighting, as we spoke about, our newest park, Judge John Sutter Regional Shoreline. We've opened up the Bridge-Yard building that I think we're going out for a party tomorrow. And during the 2020 year, we're going to open up that trail down to the observation pier, where there will be a restroom. People will be able to go out on the pier, and continuing the work on the rest of the park opening in the future. Also, we should have the Del Val Visitor Center renovation completed and opened up during the year. Continuing work on Concord Hills Regional Park, finishing the land use plan, completing all the steps for the acquisition that are necessary. And then, as you know, we're completing the San Francisco Bay Trail extension through from Albany Beach south through East Shore State Park. And those were the highlighted capital projects that I just chose. And then our programs, just to kind of briefly cover the fact that we do have funding set aside for different programs, including our infrastructure programs, habitat preservation, wildlife, wildfire hazard reduction, safety and security for the land acquisitions that we have, and so on. And so that is me going through the details of the budget. We are here at our first public hearing to see if there are any public speakers or to answer any questions of the board. And we'll be back at 6 p.m. on December 17th for the second presentation and budget adoption.
And I just would like to acknowledge the great work of the Finance Committee and of course the Finance Department. As you can see, this is a very detailed, very complicated budget. It gets more complicated every year, but it also, we get staff that just does a great job at bringing it to where it's legible to the public, it's understandable, it's transparent, and that's a goal of any good agency to do that. And I think it's very accessible, even though it's large and complex. You can find the things you need to find when you want to find them. So I really want to compliment the staff and the Finance Committee for all the work on this draft budget.
Questions from any board member? I'm just going to, do we want to go with the public first or what? Public first. Do we have any questions or comments from the public? Okay, well, that was handled fast. Then let's go to the board, and I'm going to look left to Director Coffey.
Thank you, Deborah. I think I've asked this before, but I want to ask it again when the budget is actually in front of me. Where do grant funding land in the revenue pie? I'm just curious. I know we don't account for it till we got it, and it becomes a piece of project expenditures, but I'm still having trouble, and there's a lot of that, as what is it you refer to, other people's money?
Correct.
So, again, where does that show up in the pie on the revenue chart?
Let's see. So as I've shared before, we don't appropriate grants until we receive them. So we have a practice in accordance with our board operating guidelines that when we are applying for a grant, we bring that to the board to authorize receiving of the grant. And with that action, you are authorizing staff to go back and make a budget adjustment once the grant has been awarded. And so in the project funds, yeah, you don't see that on here. So the budget before you is really the new information, the new expenditures, and the revenue that's included in your Volume 2 project budget. I think there's a couple of summary pages there that can show you the different funding sources that have come to the Park District. And that's really where the majority of the grants are. You're right, I don't have a chart that is reflecting all of those different grants.
Maybe there's a volunteer behind you.
As I said, in Volume 2, on page 21, all of the different projects and programs, you can see a listing of all of our funding sources, and those are for active projects. So the funding for a project that's already been completed and marked inactive because it's now finished is not included in that list, but that's the list of funding for all of our grants and our spending of our appropriations for WW funds.
And Director Coffey, the Grants Department does a summary of all grants received as a separate item, not as a specific budget item, but they have a tracking of every grant and the status of that grant. We can easily get that to you.
Okay, so when I'm looking at the charts for revenues, or as the chart refers to, total resources of $262 million, or total appropriations of $275 million being projected in the budget, does that include those significant sums that are other people's money that goes into various projects?
No, that does not.
That's what I was looking for. So we're actually spending a lot more than this.
The appropriations and the matching grant revenues for the projects that are already in play are not shown on this chart. That's correct.
To me,
We're
it's
doing a lot
significant because you get a better feel for the organization and the complexities that you're dealing with by understanding. The light just went off, frankly. Those funds aren't even included in these pies.
Well, at our next budget presentation, we'll bring a slide to show that.
There you go.
Great.
And Deborah can correct me if I'm wrong, but for example, you have the Del Val project for the water treatment plant. So that includes portion of the $5 million grant we got from state budget. So when you have appropriated on the contract, then that money would be in there. But until we actually appropriate it, we know we have it, we've got a record of receiving it, but it hasn't been appropriated to a project. For example, that $5 million is several projects. It's the water treatment plant, but it's also the interpretive center that we're doing. So we may get a chunk, a $5 million grant, but it may go to 3 or 4 projects. We do that frequently.
And a way to explain why it's not shown on this chart is this is an annual budget, and our projects are multi-year. And so you have appropriated these budgets and authorized the revenue, but it's done as a multi-year budget, and this is an annual budget, so it's not showing up. But I think it's worthy of having an extra slide to show what's accumulated over those multi-year projects.
And we'll have that for the next meeting.
And it goes to the capital project budget versus the general fund budget for operations, and we should put that in there as a reference.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Director Corbett?
Thank you. I want to ask some questions regarding vegetation management. As we know, that was, I believe, our #1 priority that we set at our goal-setting conference last year. And clearly, thank you so much, there is a response in the way of the way we're going to be doing business going forward, costs for new equipment, training, and those sorts of things. So my question is, with regard to the budget, this is a significant change in the way we've done things. Do we also keep track of changes in that there's things we may not be doing in the future? For example, less purchase of chemicals, certain types of training that was required because we use chemicals, those sorts of things. So do we track someplace in the budget? Obviously, we're changing, we track in the budget the additional things we need to do. But is there a reduction of any sorts of operations or equipment as a result of this major change in, terminating the use of glyphosate? Is there some reduction in costs or shifts in operations that are reflected somewhere in the budget?
That's a good question. I believe related to the implementation of the new policy to eliminate glyphosate, it was really a net increase that was necessary.
Yes.
I think we do not show decreases in our budget for things like that, but they end up showing up as a net request when we're moving forward. But that is something we should look at. When we stop doing something, we should identify whether there was a budget that should be reduced as well.
Yeah, because there may be some change. There'll be probably some increases, but also in staffing and operations, there may be some shifting or trade-offs based on the new way we are doing things.
Right. The first step of doing our budget is reallocating the resources that we currently have. And so, for instance, when, say the sewer and recycling rates and the water rates go up, which they do, sometimes we don't appropriate new funds. We just say, you need to move your budgets around and absorb that, or figure out what you're not doing so that you can cover those costs. So that's the type of thing that happens first, to see where we need to focus our spending before we make a new request. So that's sometimes, I think, what the divisions end up doing.
In the case of the glyphosate policy, you're going to see an increase in cost for a while till
Yes.
You're buying a piece of equipment. Well, the next year you wouldn't buy that piece of equipment because you now have it. So that's the capital outlay issue there. So you're going to, up front, you're going to see more cost.
Yes.
You're going to see more cost for small equipment, just things, instead of using chemicals, we're buying equipment. In some cases, we're increasing staff to
Yes.
do more handwork because they're not having to go out, they're not spraying. So if I'm trying to think of an example. You certainly will have reduced costs in buying chemicals. And what that amount is, I couldn't even tell you today. But,
Yeah.
we're doing that. Right now, the impact to implement that is an increased cost because we're doing things differently that requires more labor and different equipment.
Yes.
But eventually, it should level out.
Yes, and without a doubt, there's additional cost. But I think it would be important to track any adjustments, and since it is a major change the way we're doing business. It'd be great to see what those other things are. Thank you very much.
Anything further? Right. Dr. Lang?
Yeah, I have a couple of things. I appreciate your answering my questions on where the ADA access for Lake Anza is, and it has turned out to be a larger project, evidently. And then also getting the Park Advisory Committee recommendations was very interesting. Some of those people really read through this budget pretty closely, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
Yes. So I had a couple of follow-ups on a few of the PAC things, which I was curious about. So one was number 8 on the PAC list, in which it talked about public safety responding to e-scooters. So e-scooters are everywhere. They're all over our paved trails. They are not supposed to be there, according to our Ordinance 38, and our officers are enforcing 38. So what we do is we address Ordinance 38 every 2 years. And what seems to be happening on our regional trails, for sure, is that things are moving a lot faster than every 2 years. So I'm wondering if we need to make some alterations in that. People are coming up with these newly invented ways that are really mechanical, and we are trying to get people to get exercise on these trails. And as far as I can see, almost everybody using the e-scooter thinks it's okay. So I just want to put it out there that I think we need to get a little more nimble about addressing these new technology, and that perhaps having a every 2-year review might be a little too slow.
We have been discussing that, and it just started really with the dog cattle grazing policies. What are we going to do with that? That's on our docket. Actual e-bikes is on our docket. Also, electric bikes going into parks on the natural trails.
Yeah, that's the
they're out
other
there
thing.
now. We haven't even got to that.
Yeah.
And then we have the scooters. What I have said in the interim, and we have talked about the need to probably move faster on some of these things, but in some cases, it is moving so much faster technologically. The industry is moving fast because they have a lot of money to make. We're having difficulty coming up, reaching a consensus of what that enforcement is. Right now, what I have instructed the Public Safety Department to do is if you have a violation of an e-scooter on a trail and your only officer is in Contra Loma and the trail is in Concord, I'm not going to send that off. I'm not saying this is a priority to get that one officer on duty over to there. But if there is an officer who's on duty patrolling that trail and they see the violation, we are enforcing it. But we're not going to spend 45 minutes on the highway to get over to where that scooter will be gone absolutely by the time we get there. It's one of the challenges we have. We're never going to be able to have enough officers out there to
and
really
there's probably
enforce it.
20 other scooters that nobody's called about, I'm
Right.
sure. But what I'm saying is that perhaps we need to move to a different way of reviewing 38, particularly with these new inventions. And maybe we need to do it every year.
Okay,
No.
so that's what you're laying on the table, is the possibility of looking at 38 every year.
Yes, and then the second one on the PAC was item 11, and they asked about what our plans were in responding to future economic downturns. So, one of the things that you expressed in the budget was Beacon Economics' forecast that we may have a recession, a 25% chance next year, and the next year a much higher. So how are we going about addressing that? And of all of these, looking at how many more employees we've had every year, in back of our minds, I'm sure, is 2008, when throughout the East Bay, cities lost their entire recreation department. I mean, people closed down parks and said, well, we don't have the money for it, so.
The state lost 5,000 employees.
Yeah. And we managed not to fire anybody and not to lay off anybody, or whatever the correct term is. But I sure don't want to be in that spot again. So how are we thinking about this, and how are we going to approach it?
Well, I'll state to you, and what I said to the PAC is that we have adopted a lot of great financial policies. And so over the last 10 years, this board has approved a balanced budget policy, a reserve general fund policy, a major infrastructure replacement policy, a debt policy, lots of different items that are going to help us through that. Also, historically, the district would look forward, and there were smoothing reserves and other types of things that we were able to draw on. It is you have to cut cost. So in a recession, things will slow down. we will not be able to fund things at the same level. We won't be able to grow at the same level. But with our budget practices, every year when we do grow our budget, we are growing 50% or less with ongoing cost. So when I arrived, it was like, Deborah, you can only have new staff, things that are going to be ongoing added to the base budget to be 50% of what the growth is. And therefore, the other 50% is one time, so that if things go down, you have that cushion, that next year you don't get those one time, but you can possibly continue with the things that you've committed to. And so that's been the practice of this district for a very long time. And even in this year and in 2019 and in this proposed budget, we changed it to 45% for base budget. So even though we were able to add this significant amount of FTEs, in some ways growing those 9-month positions to full-time positions, the benefits were already being paid, so we're able to, extend the hours of work by 25% without a lot of additional cost. Things like that are helpful. But we are, that's one of the things we're going to be looking at with the Finance Committee is additional long-term forecasting, so we can be really understanding what's coming for exactly those types of dips in the economy, which we know always happen.
And I look at long-term forecasting kind of like the weather reporters. They're sometimes pretty accurate, but we don't have Doppler radar for our budget. So, it's pretty straightforward, actually. Having suffered through that period, first of all, you slow down hiring. Eventually, you freeze it. The last thing we want to do is lay off anybody, and we did not. But we didn't fill positions when people retired. We didn't refill those positions, and we had the boomer retirements going on at that time as well. Those all impact our parks. I negotiated with every board member about, how you have your four projects you want to open up next year. It's going to be one, and maybe it got to the point where it's one for the whole board because that's the growth cost. But I think the really great thing that we've done through finance is to really look ahead on how do we save money, putting more into we did not have a major infrastructure fund. Right. That's probably 15 years ago that you established that. So now we have that, and we're taking care of that major equipment. We're taking care of that because those things break down, they cost more labor, and they cost more to fix. So we have really invested a lot in the future. If we have to slow down, we've taken care of a lot of the deferred maintenance. When you look at, for example, state parks, $1.8 billion of deferred maintenance not being touched. We don't have that type of liability. There still is going to be, any major recession is going to impact the district. But the first thing is you slow down, you reduce the hiring, which is a big impact on staff, and you reduce the new park openings. In fact, I think a lot of the projects you've been looking at, the $58 million in projects coming online next year, those are projects some were stopped during the recession. And we say it takes a long time to get a project done, which is true, but it also takes a long time when you say we can't afford to open that park, so stop working on that project, and then you start up again. And that is something that had to happen in design and construction. We really slowed down design and construction during that recession, unless it was an infrastructure benefit that reduced our costs over time. So we can't predict it, but we actually do a pretty good job of estimating where things are headed. And right now, we were expecting it started to slow down already with the international recessions, with the issue with the tariffs and everything like that. It's impacting the economy. But right now, the San Francisco Bay is pushing the entire country as far as growth, and that's impacting our costs for cost of living, but it's also giving us a longer estimate of when we think we're going to still have growth. We will start seeing that things are starting to wobble, and it gives us enough time to start adjusting that. I hope we never have to go through what we went through, but one of the things we learned from that, and I think Director Lane's getting at it, is we hired 30 staff the year before it really hit. And so we had added a huge amount of staff growth And then we hired everybody, how do we save those jobs? My first order, not only to balance a budget, is to save those jobs. And I actually am very proud of what we do, but it was painful. It was painful on the union. It was painful on board members who promised to open up a park for 5 years in a row, and it didn't happen. But we have pretty good methods and experience on pretty good forecasting, but it's kind of like the weather. You can't really tell until it starts to come at you.
Right, and some of it is historically the takeaways from other governments more than just the slowing of the assessed valuation. So we keep a good watch on that as well.
And then I guess my final thing has to do with our plans for this building and the building to the north. And my desire to see that planning go forward in a timely way. And I know some discussions are coming to executive committee next
Thursday.
week, this week?
This week.
Very soon.
Thursday. And I did want to say that I think all of us are interested in that. But when you were talking about doing planning for this building, I think the board needs to be folded in on whether you have changes in where the boardroom is in mind or on the table, because we probably want to know more about that perhaps than the configuration of all offices.
Yes, correct. We understand that.
Yeah. Okay.
I think we've heard that loud and clear. We also really need to discuss not only the location, but the size.
Yeah, well,
Because we don't frequently fill this room up, but sometimes, like we did with the Trails meeting, it was undersized. So we have to look at that. And that is a priority to work with the board on that. You will see when you hear that presentation that we have the board checking in frequently and keeping them very much in the loop. I want to just thank the board for making such a significant investment in the future office space with the new building. And now that we have it, we know we're going to have some room, but we've already hired staff here, and it's still going to take time. So how we shoehorn that in without wasting any money is really important. And we have good people working on it at all levels, and we have a great team working on it, but it's not simple.
yes, and so now I'm going to digress slightly, and that is that we've been talking about having evening meetings and having meetings that are responsive to projects that are everywhere in the East Bay. And I would just like to say that I am very open to us having meetings in other locations. And so as with our wildfire hazard final adoption meeting, I don't know if you remember that.
Oh, I remember it.
But we had the meeting in Oakland, somewhere accessible to BART. And so when we are planning major decisions on large issues like that, or land use plans that are significant elsewhere, I think we ought to be really open to finding another place where we meet. And if we are going to have a huge meeting, I think that should also be the case. For myself, I wouldn't want us to plan a board meeting space for the largest meeting. It's like a parking place for Easter, right? I think we ought to take a look at how often we get how many people in our space and add a little to that and think, well, that's what we should plan for. Because if we're going to have something huge, we have plenty of public agency sisters that we could call up and request that we use their room, and possibly a room that's accessible to transit.
That is great input that we're happy to receive and get that direction. Just a recognition, this room's used for 100 other meetings too, but the size isn't so much for that. It's just we need a lot more medium-sized, small-side meeting space for group meetings. But I think it's a great, if there's a consensus on the board, the really large meetings we'll have elsewhere, I think it's a great idea. And I think it's a cost savings idea.
Anything else, Director Lane? All right, thank you. I will be glad to come back if you come up with something else. I would not cut anyone off. All right, Director Wasby.
Thank you. All the specific questions I had were answered by staff, but I would like to make a couple comments. I want to compliment the Finance Department. I think this is an incredibly excellent document. It gets better every year, easier to read, easier to understand. And as I read through it and I say, oh, geez, I got a question right here. And if I go 2 more pages, I seem to get the answer. It's my compliments to your staff, and thank you very much. I'd just like to comment, I'm very, very happy that the Park District continues through this budget to open up new parks. I'm glad we're staffing the new parks also. I'm really, really very happy that we're really addressing and taking it on, and I know we've tried for years, but now we have the ability to go ahead with our hazardous fuel mitigation and our vegetation management plan. It was a long, complicated battle, I know, and some court cases, but now I appreciate that we're getting staff to do the work now, and I look forward to great things out of them. I'm also glad we're going full speed ahead with the mechanical alternatives to glyphosate. I think there's a lot of consternation. It's very expensive right now, but I think in the long run, it'll be a good thing. And just to editorialize, I always look at these documents and I see our performance goals and core values, and I say, it's always perplexing, or it's always the most difficult for me to when we say, we're going to balance environmental considerations and outdoor recreation opportunities. And I, as a board member, have people coming at me one way or the other over dogs, one way or the other over mountain bikes, one way or the other over e-bikes, and every stewardship issue. But I think this document and our budget just does a very, very good job of balancing like we're supposed to. I mean, if you look at some of the habitat restoration projects we're doing, the McCosker property, the Hayward Shoreline levees, the Hayward Marsh, things like that, and then balance it with recreation of opening a disc golf course at Oyster Bay, inviting many, many more people for different activities at the Bridge-Yard building, and increasing our interpretive centers. I'm really satisfied with how we're balancing those two things. And finally, I think that it wasn't mentioned, but or it probably was mentioned, but I didn't get it, but I think it deserves re-mentioning that on page 17 of the projects and program budget, I'm just so proud of the fact that since 2014, we not only have voters vote to give us lots of money in bond measures, and we get lots of property tax, but we have the ability to leverage those funds and get grants, and we got $79 million since 2014. And I compliment staff on that. That's it for me. No.
Okay. Thank you. Director Rosario.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to second Director Lane's comments about meeting in other places. I also would like to see us work towards live streaming our meetings, and not just the board meetings, but also our subcommittee meetings, because that's where really the heart of our discussions really are. I think that's part and parcel of being more transparent. So if we could do that, that would be great. I'm going into attract and retain workforce excellence. I'm going to go into the weeds here a little bit. I'm always perplexed by the fact that, like on page 26, for key performance indicators, actual numbers from previous years, there aren't any numbers. Like, I could understand for HR, because HR is really, they're really rebuilding, and I appreciate that. But there's something like percentage of completed performance appraisals for permanent employees. For 2017, no numbers. 58, then only, and in 2018, it's 58%, and the target for 2019 was 100%. And then for the target for 2020, the target's only 60%. And I think performance appraisals are part and parcel to having good working relationships with our employees. They give employees an opportunity to find out where they are and before. I mean, it makes supervisors, this is your job. You know, you're supposed to give people a heads up if they're not doing well, and then it shouldn't be a surprise if they get a poor performance at the end. But there's no excuse for not doing these. I know those are the hardest things. As a supervisor myself, they're not easy to do. But, and then, like I said, I think they go a long ways to improving labor relations with our employees. And then also I'd like to see in that, as part of the key performance objectives is optimizing or at least filling our vacant residences, optimizing them, meaning that if there's a possibility of converting them into multiple, for multiple families, I think that should be part of it, because as we know, the housing market is very high and our employees are having a hard time finding housing, and what houses we have available, we should make those a priority and get those filled. And then on page 29, for key performance for ASD, it says miles of new trail opened. I hope, are we including, we should be including when we open up new land, we should be including existing trails as part of that number. Trails that we intend to keep, like roads and things. I don't know if that 8.9, it shouldn't be just new trails that we build, but it should be trails that actually exist already on the land and we're going to intend to use.
That we've opened.
Because I don't think this number reflects
I'll look into that.
8.9 miles.
I can look into that.
And I think a lot of that is when you open up like a land bank property, you're
Right.
going to open up many, many miles of new
Yeah.
trail because it's 2,000 acres of property with roads on it, and we do count that.
Yeah.
But this is probably oriented at actual miles of new trail, and we trying to think of what, what we have opened up that had a lot of fire roads on it lately, and that's something we can certainly look at. I think it's a great, I think it's a great idea.
Okay. And then on page 30, key performance indicators for number of loaned life jackets. There's no numbers for 27 and 2018, but I could swear we've sat through presentations where those numbers were given to us, and I don't understand why they're not here. Number of loaned life jackets, it's just I just hate to see.
Not available.
Yeah, not available.
We will work on that.
Thank you. And then, and the same with page 31 on the annual reservations for picnic areas and camping sites. I don't understand why we don't have numbers for those. And then, and moving to page 35, under plans for climate change resiliency, I really would like to see us, what should be considered is including more charging stations, not only for the Park District itself, but also for employees and visitors. I think the growth of the electric vehicles is booming, and I think we should be ready for that challenge.
I'm just going to use that as an opportunity. So when you have mid-year review, which is one-time money, and that would be an example of if we have some extra money there, you could, because charging stations are costly to put in, and sometimes we don't have the infrastructure there to put them in. You can build them, but they got to plug into the grid. We haven't seen completely solar, except for where we built the solar.
Right.
And so I think that's one of the challenges, but it's something we should come back as a report to the board. There's just no question a lot of people are having those charging stations.
I mean, I think there's opportunities. They don't have to be free. They could, I think there are companies out there that are willing, if we have the infrastructure, that they would put them in and they'd use your credit card. I would be happy to do that. So, and then I think there was one other underlying thing, but I think I'm done. I think I'm done. But thank you very much. This is being a chair of the Finance Committee. This is my third or fourth time to chew this over. So thank you very much for everything. You and your department have just made this really, really easy. And just a few little tweaks here and there, and I think it'll be perfect.
Thank you,
so
Director
much.
Rosario. And I didn't introduce my budget team, if I could just
that'd be
introduce them
great.
really quickly. So we have Deborah Spalding, Mary Brown, Matthew James, and Catherine Dundee did a lot of work on the performance goals and measures. And of course, all the chiefs and AGMs throughout the district really worked together to make it happen. So thank you, everyone.
I'm going to say on behalf of the board, applause. It's been a tough year with some retirements and all, but it looks to me like you've survived in reasonably good shape. Nobody looks like they're about to crash yet, so I have high hopes. Director Dotson, do you have any questions or concerns about the budget? I know you've been through it.
I'll just be quiet for.
You fine?
Yeah.
We like you.
I think there's quite a bit of work that needs to be done, and you know, you guys are smart and know what you're doing, and I have learned my or how would I say, extended my working career, and would be around for, you know, giving you some ideas about outreach and a couple other things, but I think that the relativity of service is definitely yeah, I'll stop on that.
We know you're not going to abandon us. We know that. We appreciate you very much. Anyone else have anything? I'll just follow up just briefly. I really think it's an excellent idea to look at our ADA policy. I think we've been very consistent about spending the money. I like the way when you start a project, you look at all around an area and you do everything you can to bring it up to ADA. That's just smart. You save money in the long run and you make it good for our customers. Dee and I have often talked about some of our residences and the idea of having them multiple. I think if it makes sense for a small subcommittee, 2 people from the board to work with you on looking at residences that might work and seeing how we can find the funds to do that, I think that makes sense. It is very difficult to find housing, and I'm sure some of our employees would like the chance to be closer to work than they can. It would be easier on them and their families. I'm going to mention Del Val Water System. How long have we waited for this? Del Val is a small city, and to have that as the highest standard, our employees deserve it, our users deserve it. So I really am pleased to see that coming along, and I'm sure there's some staff members who feel the same. Peralta Oaks North, I want to say that, I don't know where the chief is, somewhere, but whether you are a police officer, whether you are a lifeguard, whether you are in the fire department, I think you are all pleased to think that you're going to be upgraded. We've done our best to improve where you are, to a facility that you will be proud of and that will serve your needs very well. So I'm glad to see us moving on that. And others mentioned it, faster is good when it comes to this. Yes, we want it planned properly, but let's don't drag our feet. And as for board members who have been waiting for projects forever, let me tell you, I know a few of them, and I'm waiting to see if Dumbarton Quarry really opens those next year. It's just sort of been in flex time coming forward, but I'm looking forward to it. And I'm sure some others could tell you about other projects. But I'm also going to comment on our staff in finance. From Deborah on down, everybody does their utmost to get things done. It's been a tough year because of some retirements of long-term staff who really knew their job. But as far as I can tell, you all did very well at bringing it to us in good order. So congratulations on that. It's not an easy task. We applauded earlier, and I think we all mean it sincerely. It's a lot of money, it's a lot of projects, it's a lot of work, and not just beyond you, it's also all the staff who works together to help put all this information in here. It's monumental, so congratulations to all of you. And we'll be hearing this again on December 17th in the evening. Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any further comments or questions on this item? If not, I'm going to declare a 10-minute meeting. 10-minute section. No,
10-minute
break,
meeting.
break, which we all know means 15 minutes at the least.
Thank you.
Here's for 10-minute meeting.
Coming?
I'll be right back in.
All right. That's all right. Bye. You got the budget. Dennis? I'm signaling soon you will have us all here, ready or not. Oh, we're a little behind time. Okay, next item is under Acquisition Stewardship and Development Division. This is an authorization to award a construction contract with T. Amerals Done Right Construction and accept and appropriate funds from the Regional Parks Foundation, transfer and appropriate funds for the Development Interpretive Pavilion Project, Shadow Cliffs Regional Recreation Area. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Board President Weiskamp and Directors Lisa Gorgon, Chief of Design and Construction. I wanted to just take a moment to introduce this item and give a little bit of background on it. Like so many projects here at the district, it has a long history, so I thought it was worth taking a moment to revisit that. So this project has its roots in the 1989 Land Use Plan that states as one of its goals to enhance passive recreation opportunities and to better distribute park use throughout all seasons of the year. The subsequent 2011 Land Use Plan Amendment built on this with the goal to maximize potential educational gains, particularly for young visitors to Shadow Cliffs, as a new interpretive system was planned to be developed. So we'll fast forward to 2015 when local philanthropists Nancy and Gary Harrington contacted the Regional Park Foundation with interest to contribute to an educational facility. With this catalyst, in 2016, the district began working on a design for an educational interpretive pavilion. With leadership from our amazing grants team, in 2018, the district received a California State Parks Outdoor Education Facility grant. And with this additional support, the Regional Parks Foundation again was able to leverage this money and the Harrington's donation to secure an additional grant from the Wayne and Gladys Valley Foundation. So I just want to point this out. I think this is a great example of the district and the Regional Park Foundation working together to connect the district's mission with the values of members of our community. So with that, I just wanted to bring up Juliana to talk a little bit more about that.
Hello, Juliana Shermer, Development Director for the Regional Parks Foundation. And as Lisa already shared with you, this has been an ongoing project that the Regional Parks Foundation has been supporting. It really is a great opportunity for our foundation to be able to help leverage community dollars for construction projects such as these. So as she shared, we had one major donor giving $200,000. We've been able to appropriate $100,000 from the Wayne and Gladys Valley Foundation grant that we had received. That was $1 million in support of 5 visitor centers. We also have received a little over $16,000 from some Rotary clubs, chambers of commerce, and a local property management company. And then most recently, the Regional Parks Foundation Board of Directors at the November board meeting has authorized an additional $125,000 to support this project should the district move forward with its action today.
Thank you. So again, Lisa Gorgon, Chief of Design and Construction. Before I turn it over to Ren, who will walk through the actual item, I did want to always take this opportunity to point out that while Design and Construction is up here, we really work collaboratively with so many district departments. And so in particular, we worked so closely with the Creative Design Group in Public Affairs, with Interpretive and Recreation, the park operations, and the grants and the Park Foundation. So I do think it's worth bringing it up because we get to come up here talking, but really there's a whole slew of us working on this. So with that, Ren Bates, the Capital Program Manager, will go over the action item.
Thank you, Lisa. Good afternoon, board members. I'm Ren Bates, Capital Program Manager. As Lisa just stated, this was a very collaborative project in terms of all the departments involved. I think it'll be very successful. Here in front of you is the recommendation that our president so eloquently read, so I'm not going to read it again. Here's the project location. It is located in Shadow Cliffs. This is the main parking lot. Here's the lake. Here's the entrance. And we're talking about in this triangular area right here. It's to create, the intent is to create a new gateway to the Arroyo portion of the park so that Shadow Cliffs, sometimes the Arroyo is forgotten because we have all the great recreation there and it's a beautiful amenity. So this pavilion will provide a gateway to that. It'll be situated here, actually, again, close to the parking lot and the crossroads of 3 major paths. And it'll provide new accessible parking, and it'll be associated with the pavilion, and a drinking fountain will also be provided at this location. The project is to construct a new interpretive pavilion. Its size is to be a shade structure for up to 30 students to gather prior to our participating in the nature walk. The Interpretive Creative Design Group is going to install permanent exhibits that can be used as part of nature programs, but will also be available for casual park users to approach, use the exhibits, learn about the arroyo, the native plants and animals of the area, and then they can go off and into the Arroyo Trail. The project has been fully designed and permitted with the city. It was advertised for public bid in 14 plan rooms as well as in the Daily Pacific Builder. We got 2 bids. The district received 2 bids by this October 29th deadline, and T. Almirall's Dunright Construction of Livermore was the lowest responsible bidder with a bid of $687,000, which is what the action in front of you is for. Here's our project budget. So our existing funds that we had were $884,000. So the action today is to receive these funds from the Regional Parks Foundation. They've already contributed $200 through the Harringtons, but this is additional funds, so that's what the request is today, is for this additional funds and these additional funds from the district itself. The reason that we're requesting these funds is that the bid came in a little bit over our engineer's estimate. That's how the bidding climate is these days, and there's also, this is made of steel, there's wood, there's contractors that are dealing with wildfire. So it came in over, and that's why we're requesting funds. And here's how the money will be spent. So our schedule is the city, we received Pleasanton approval in September. We're out to bid. We're now coming to you to award the construction contract. And then we'll begin at the first of the year, and construction exhibit should be complete. I've padded this a little bit. We're hopefully will be done by August or July, but best laid plans. Yes, correct.
Some of us have learned that delay happens, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So again, the recommendation before you is to authorize award of contract to T. Emerald's Dunright Construction for the construction of the interpretive pavilion here at Shadow Cliffs, to accept and appropriate funds from the Regional Parks Foundation, and to transfer and appropriate funds for this project from the general fund. I'm happy to answer any questions at this point.
Okay. Questions from any board member?
So, thank you. It's going to be beautiful. It'll be really a lovely addition to the park. I do have a question, though. Is it set up in a way that we won't have any more cost overruns? Is there like a sort of circle around it?
Yes, I believe that we have.
It's covered.
It's covered.
It's covered. So
Covered.
it won't come back again for another increase, as far as you know? The
As-
contract's set up in a
Not
way
make
that
a
they can't do an
promise,
overrun, or
promise.
yes or no? Do you know what I mean? Sometimes you can set things up that let people know that's it.
Yeah, so the way our contracts work here is, so we award a contract amount, and then we set aside a separate amount for contingency, and that's what we have.
Built into it.
And it's built in. So should there be something extraordinary, like dinosaurs or, something, then we may come back to you. But, one of the benefits of this project is we've had several reviews with the city. So in some ways, it's been very vetted, so we feel pretty confident. So thank you for that question.
Yes, thank you. And it will be beautiful. Congratulations, Anne.
Well, I think Dennis, did you have a question?
Just, a question or comment. It's beautiful, looks like Zion. My question would be, is there going to be a plan, or is there a plaque recognizing the Harringtons and the valleys and the foundation? Do we do that?
Yes, there will be a plaque acknowledging all contributors to this project.
Great.
Any other questions? I know we, all right, no questions, so let's go to comments. Director Lane.
Well, a couple of things. I'm glad we didn't have to put a sprinkler in. I know that was a issue for a while, this open pavilion.
We're all glad for that.
And I did have a chance to go on a hike with some naturalists a month or two ago, and we ended up coming out that area from the arroyo, and I just wanted to say I think this is really a good location. It's next to the parking lot, and it will draw people into the arroyo. And I think a lot of times when we have so many people at Shadow Cliffs, they're just concentrating on the water and the beach and the food and finding shade, and they don't really take advantage of getting into the arroyo, and that's just a wonderful little place to get in touch with nature. So to have this be the draw, be a draw, and then people can look and say, so what is that? I just think it's a wonderful opportunity for the public and a wonderful amenity for Shadow Cliffs. So appreciate the Harringtons beginning this and their generosity.
Obviously, I think it's a great project, and it's promised for next fall, just like another project on my list. the Harringtons are very generous people. They have not only donated a lot of art to Pleasanton, but they have art in Livermore also. And they are interested in donating an art project to this. And I'm sure, hopefully, that we can work on that happening. I think the important thing is lots of classes visit Shadow Cliffs, and this is going to be a great meeting spot for them in somewhat inclement weather, which we've been having. It'll give them a place to gather before they go out. And just for the casual observer, I think the only people who might object are those who use that back area now and they consider it their personal space. Wonderful place to see birds in season, and just the dog walkers love it too. So, but I think they'll be willing to share. I certainly hope so. And I'm glad that we have a contract. Sorry it came over bid, but not a surprise at this stage. Just a lot of projects going on. So I'm open. I don't have to make the motion. Who would like to?
Well, and if I may, I just a couple of pieces. The adjacent property, just for the record, the 10 acres adjacent to this was donated by the De Silva Group as part of the Dumbarton Quarry project.
projects.
So it's they were going to build their headquarters there, and they built it in Dublin instead. But also, I just think the board should really think about this concept as a way to serve an interpretive effort. I think environmental education is just core to our future. And this is a way you think of the pavilion to get out of the rain. Well, it's to get out of the heat as well as the rain. But I really think it's an opportunity in those places where we really don't have the opportunity to fund a large visitor center to do things like this. I'm very hopeful with the help of the foundation that people will now see who donated and say, gee, this is pretty neat. I'd like to do something like that too. And I think you lead by example, and I think the Harringtons, and now we started with just the Harringtons, and others have come in and donated now with the efforts of the fundraising that Juliana has done. And I just think you've got to show people what they can do with their donation. And I think this is a great way to do it. And the collaboration between our exhibit lab, but also operation interpretation in this is really good. I do have one question though, Rand. Can you go back to the next slide, the back slide before this? Dennis knows what I'm going to say, but that
won't be there. They will not be there.
Because it took a long time for operations to get that place, so they could be able to back in and not hurt their backs when they're lifting garbage. Are we going to replace that, or is it not truly visible like it shows in the slide? I would like operations and design to work on that, because I think this is going to be beautiful, and you don't want those there, but you don't want to take away that's a really important function in any park.
Absolutely, it absolutely is, so let's make sure.
Please give that
we'll make sure that that's not visible, that it's that use stays whole. This is a poor chosen slide picture for this slide. I apologize for that. It's also wide angle, so it makes those things very prevalent in the image. So we hear your direction.
Okay, careful looks will be had. All right, who would like to make the motion? You would. I would like to make the motion that we move forward with this contract with T. Emerald's Done Right Construction. I love the name. And seconded. Further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Yay, team, go
Thank
build
you.
it. Yeah, I'll applaud that one too. And I'll look forward to the opening. I'm sure my fellow board members will too. Absolutely. Director Ellen Corbett, Vice President Director Dee Rosario, Treasurer Director Colin Coffey, Secretary Director Beverly Lane. If that is a satisfactory list.
I would move the slate.
The slate is moved by Director Wasby. Who would like to second? Second. Second by Director Lane. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? I can only tell you we are a very civilized group. Thank goodness. Okay, next item and congratulations winners. Maybe, maybe. Actions taken by other jurisdictions affecting the Park District.
I believe you got an insert, page 88. If mine's loose, I'm not sure if yours is. So you go ahead.
I wouldn't doubt it, but paper flew at me, so you just tell me.
Okay, so there are two items. One is the Hayward Area Recreation and Park District, Final Park and Recreation Master Plan, and Trails and Open Space Master Plans. So this is a major undertaking by one of our partners and good friends at the Park District, and this is really a lot of work related to updating their plans because of their bond measure to do a lot of these great projects. We had a recent ad hoc committee with the joint boards, and we really learned a lot about their great projects. But this is fairly new for HARD to have such a major capital project program, and they really committed to getting these things out the door, and it's really impressive. So this is great work by our good friends over at HARD. Any questions on that? Any comments? Dennis, do you have any comments?
No, I'm very happy we're able to collaborate with them, and it is true, they are great neighbors and friends, and I'm very, very
And the second one really does relate directly to the San Francisco Bay Trail and the East Shore State Park. It's the adjacent property as you go into Richmond. This was a very, very toxic site. Multiple chemicals were produced at Zeneca. It was highly controversial. There were lawsuits from environmental groups on this issue, and there was a petition to bring it back to DTSC and look at some additional requirements. And so this is the current status, and they did update the remediation plan and the closure plan. I'm not sure if there's any additional challenges going to happen. It has been consistently controversial. I want to recognize it is one of the long-term environmental battles that Whitney's sister was involved with, very near where they grew up, and this was not well handled for a very long time. Yes. They're paying attention to the need.
That's right.
They were going to remediate. They're basically going to cover everything on site.
how nice.
And this is heavy metals. This isn't just an old gas station or, you know, this was very heavy chemicals that they produced and sold, kind of thrown out the back door, literally. And the proposal by Zeneca and the new owners were to basically cap it on site. And you can see now that they're going to be excavating an additional 7,900 square feet. So it's going to cost them, and it really needs to be cleaned up. It's right on the bay edge.
Director Lane?
So are there any plans to, so the Bay Trail is next to this property?
Yeah, we
It's not-
bought the
it's not
railroad
on the
right-of-way
property.
for the Bay Trail, and this is inboard, but very close to the Bay Trail. There's a marsh in between. That's one of the problems here, is that this was probably wetlands that they filled, and there's a remaining unfilled marsh. And there was a lot of concern about that seepage into that marsh for a very long time. So
Okay, so there's no plans to build anything on it? or-
yes, there have been repeated plans
I
to
mean, now.
build. I am sure the general plan of Richmond shows development on there, but basically they were going to cap this site, build next to it, and the fight was over, you really need to fully remediate it before you consider anything. But the city has always wanted to allow development. I just because we were involved when we were putting together East Shore State Park, the proposal was actually to put this in the basement of the parking lot with really big fans. I just have to, that's pretty amazing. That was the development plan. It was going to be a 4-story office complex, and the basement parking is where they would have capped and buried this, and the walls had gigantic fans to make sure that the air went out of the parking lot. So that's one of the things that was litigated in Richmond to stop it, because it just seemed like an insane proposal. But Richmond has always lobbied heavily for development on their shoreline. So this is an improvement. I don't know what will be ultimately the development plans out there, but I know that we can have Brian come in. and
That
Brian
there's
will give us
something.
keep us an update.
Yeah.
We're following it. It is
Okay.
adjacent to our
Thank you.
shoreline.
Okay.
I just did want to point out that on the DS, we did, based on Director Rosario's request to get some information on the electrical shutoff and the fire damage and wind damage. So we've given you a report that's on the desk in front of you, just from Jim O'Connor. We're not giving a report on it. There it is. We're not giving a report on it, but you've got it for your reference. There wasn't major impacts, but just a lot of trees down and things like that from the windstorms. The staff presentation today is yet another year of great achievement by our great aquatics unit, and happy to introduce Pete DeQuincy, who will give us the presentation on this year.
Pete. Good afternoon, President Wieskamp and Board. Pete DeQuincy, I'm the aquatics manager for East Bay Regional Park District. And let's just do a quick, this year, in talking with the staff, we're going to do a quick review and also talk about some of our partnerships that we have ongoing. Let's see.
Pete, I just, sorry to interrupt you, but I do want to announce that your staff that's been here today is going to have a budget test after, and
Okay.
we'll be talking to them later. So just know that.
Absolutely.
You know what?
They are very good. Yes, I've got here Eric Nurse, he's the aquatic supervisor. And I've got Kyle Maxwell, who's an aquatic supervisor as well. I got Nellie Cazares as one of our aquatic assistants. Tyler Waspy is one of our aquatic assistants. And Tony Calgucci is one of our head guards, specifically Don Castro. And Rafa over here is one of our lifeguard ones that works at Shadow Cliffs.
Met him earlier. There you go.
All right.
Thank you.
No problem. So our big focus for the last few seasons has really been about character and conduct. And we have an excellent lifeguard service in regards to our level of prevention and drownings, preventing drownings. And we really wanted to raise the bar in regards to their level of professionalism and the means of what it means to be a public servant, specifically serving a community. And so these are our core values, which is honesty, integrity, respect, safety, and service. And we've been following that and pushing that through our core values. We've been incorporating leadership training for our seasonal staff and ongoing means and benchmarks, specifically in task books, to make sure that our staff rises to the occasion of what our public deserves. This is one aspect that I really wanted to share with you here. Again, how do we get the little beam here on this? Oh, there. Oh. Okay. Maybe that is it. If you notice, Mr. Rafa is here, and our character and conduct exemplifies himself. He was talking about resuscitation, a successful resuscitation that we had at Shadow Cliffs last year during the season, where the gentleman fell or went and no heartbeat, no breathing, and there was a response from Ms. Shermer here. She called it in. Our staff responded, and there was a successful resuscitation of the gentleman. But what I really wanted to also point out here too is that we have a lot of lifeguards that move in and become a permanent employee with the park district. We have dispatch here. This thing is going to kill me. My apologies. Dispatch, public safety, HR, interpretation, mast, reservations, fuels management, and fire. And all of them were lifeguards for us prior to that. And we're really proud that they decided to step forward and take another job with us at the regional parks. Let's see. Our statistics, again, this year we had over 500,000 attendees at our 12 sites, and we'll talk about those 12 sites. Our drowning preventative actions were over 100,000. Our water safety talks that we provided to the public, 21,000 people attended our water safety talks. And then our medicals and first aids were under 400 this year, and our water rescues have decreased. Water rescues being rescues themselves, down to 56. From 4 years prior was over 100. So our preventative measures have really been stepping up. This is our Free Fridays that the board advocated for here at Coal Canyon. And a picture up there is part of our partnership with the Department of Water Resources, our aquatic adventure camp at Del Val. Timeline, and let's kind of talk about our timeline here. We've got two of our really nice aquatic assistants up here doing our recruitment process and educating the public on what we do. They went to 4 job fairs and 37 recruitment engagements with high schools all throughout Alameda County and Contra Costa counties. Our outreach also includes here with our school presentations. That's an aquatic assistant, Aaron Roth, who had to leave early. He actually did 43 school presentations this last year. So water safety doesn't just start with us at the beaches. It starts in the classroom. It starts in the high schools. 45 cadets attended our academy this year. And a lot of what we do and our success is really based off of HR, finance, and operations and the Regional Parks Foundation. And we want to just emphasize that. So, some of our programs. Again, this was a huge program, which was our life jacket program here. This is one of the big things that we wanted to make sure that people do. And I do have some stats for Director Rosario. This year we had 29,000 life jackets that we lent. In 2017, we lent out 39,000, and 2018 it was 54,000. So one of the ways that we prevent drownings, and this comes out to being one life jacket being used roughly about 200 times in the season, so it's about 6 cents in the cost of it and its use. And we believe that this is the main reason why we reduced our drownings for the last 10 years. Right here is a great picture of our VCRC partnership, so Village Community Resource Center, that's out in the city of Brentwood, along with St. Anthony's in the city of Oakley. These children here are bussed in. They also receive, depending if they need swimsuits, life jackets, whatever they need, plus registration to participate in programming out at Contra Loma. And that program started long before Big Break came in. It was one of the first programs that we did our outreach in East Contra Costa County. One of the performance measures that we did say that we were going to start was a Vamos Aprender program out in Contra Loma. We had 45 participants this year. And then this one here, it might not seem what it is, but it's our swim tests. And swim tests are another facet of how we prevent drownings. We did 41,000 this year. And so if you think about that, that's almost about 1/10 of our patrons that visit us, which is fantastic. And again, with the donations from the Regional Parks Foundation and from the agency itself, East Bay Regional Parks, we were able to secure life jackets and, again, put the logo on there, Healthy Parks, Healthy People. And we're really proud of that. And that was all to Aaron Roth on making that happen with the logo. Our other partnerships, we have a long history partnering with the city of Pittsburgh in training staff. And what we're talking about, not our staff, but just kids, young kids, getting them out there that are interested in becoming lifeguards. For the last 4 years, we've worked with the city of Pittsburgh that if you want a job as a lifeguard, we will train you. You provide us the site, City of Pittsburgh, and we would love to have you work for us. If you can't meet those needs, work for the city of Pittsburgh. And if the city of Pittsburgh is not going to pick you up, we'll help you find a job. And we've done that successfully for the last 4 years. Again, I mentioned earlier our relationship with the Department of Water Resources and our Aquatic Adventure Camp program. That's really about the idea that we want kids into the parks to participate in aquatic recreation, even if you have low or no swimming ability. We believe that you're going to go fishing, you're going to be by the water, you're going to be doing some other activity of boating or stand-up paddleboard or kayaking, but we want you to be water safe. That's in our 4th year right now, and we had 100 participants in that program alone. That is a free program as per our agreement with the Department of Water Resources, and 100 this year, 100 last year, 50 the year prior, and then on our pilot year we did 25. This is a program over here that we're pretty happy about that started just this last year. We developed a relationship with Eden Area ROP, and that serves Alameda, Castro Valley, San Lorenzo, San Leandro, and Hayward. Roughly 1,000 students participate in that program. And what we are trying to do is just give them a taste of what we do, some of the skill sets. And like I said, 1,000 kids go through that program. Here our staff is doing a CPR class. And this is, again, one of the aspects that we do in addition to what we do June through September, our main lifeguarding. So this is during off season. And we had the privilege this year to go back to Camp Arroyo and provide the lifeguard service there up at Camp Arroyo. We partnered with UCCR and the Taylor Family Foundation and provided lifeguard service to 22 camps of children with chronic illness or life-threatening illnesses. And what really touched me about this is I didn't realize that these campers, this is their only time that they're gonna get out and go to a site where they feel safe, where they can be vulnerable and not judged. And their access to the water was at this time with our staff. And I know that my staff personally said that they felt blessed with that opportunity. The last one here that I have is our partnership with the Regional Parks Foundation and Hayward Area Recreation and Park District. And we have a long history of partnering with Hayward Area. Some of the partnerships that we do, this is a senior swim program at a Palmacia Baptist Church, South Hayward. They came to us 2 years ago prior to this for a senior swim program, and prior to that, we were approached by Palmacia Baptist Church on how do we provide access to African Americans getting into the water and water safety, not only in the lessons, but also just the topic of how to bring that forward. We found that the parents were really struggling at providing that opportunity because both parents worked. So what we ended up doing is teaching the extended family members, the grandparents, the aunts, the uncles, that were really taking the kids out to our parks. One of the components that we had that went with this was not only did you want you to be safe in the water, we brought boats and kayaks into the pool itself to give that bridge, and then the Regional Parks Foundation did the next step, is getting them out to the parks, the regional parks that we have, which is a fantastic program. So what I wanted to share, and this is, I'm going to set you up a little bit of the story here. This is from our last, this is killing me. Sharon, thank you. Okay, so what's happening here is we had a young lady participate in the program this year I should say, in the beginning. She heard about our program 2 years prior, and she just wanted to kind of give a little bit of a testimonial. So, let's see if I'm waiting, okay. Patience. And again, I want to say the huge, a lot of our outreach, I would say 90% of our outreach would not happen without the support of the Regional Parks Foundation. They've been instrumental in making sure that we got out to those sensitive communities. Sue, thank you for participating in this swim lesson program that we had for Palmacia Baptist Church. How was it?
Oh, it was beautiful. I enjoyed it very much.
And what brought you into want to participate in the program?
Because I want to learn how to swim.
Okay.
I'm afraid of the water, but you have got me over that fear, I believe.
Okay. And when did you have that fear? Have you had that for your whole life, or was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
When I was a small child.
Okay.
We were swimming in a creek and the water taking us down.
Okay.
So I think that's where my fear comes from.
Okay. And so what made you then decide to conquer that fear? Why did you trust us?
Because I've heard so much about the Haywood Plunge.
Okay.
So, and I think it's a really nice place to
Okay.
learn to swim.
Okay. And can I ask how old you are?
I am 77 years old.
So 77 years old, and then when was that time in the creek? How old were you then?
Oh, when I was about 9 or 10.
Okay, so that's a long time.
Time, I
That's a
know.
long time, and you know you did great out there in regards to when you're floating on your back. It was really nice work. Just to give a little bit more on that, yes, this is at the Hayward Plunge, and what we've found is how we kind of collaborate on our partnership is that sometimes the programming that we can provide is during the off season. And during the off season, some of our aquatic facilities are just not simply available just because of the weather or water quality, or when I talk about water quality, Del Val being drained, you know, just because of what happens. And so what we try to do is build a strong relationship with another agency, and they provided the pool, we provided the instructors to get our patrons, members of the community, into the water so that they can enjoy this. And I will say that for 2020, we did get the funding and support from the Regional Parks Foundation to move forward and provide additional services for this group. One last slide. Of all the stuff and stats that I've really talked about, the success of my department is really because of the passion and the dedication of my team here. And I can't thank them enough for the success that they bring our department and East Bay Regional Parks districts. Any questions?
Let's see if we have any questions or comments,
Or
more
comments.
likely. Let's start with Director Lane and then Director Corbett. And I'll look right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director.
So, we really would love to get more people swimming and out there safe. And having, 10 years of no drownings when we have lifeguards is, I'm really proud of you for managing that. I'm interested in the classroom program. Would you say a little bit more about that? And is there any opportunity for people who've gone through the classroom program then to go out and learn how to swim?
First comment, so in regards, thank you, Director Lane. In regards to us getting the classroom to a pool, we're working on that. So what you saw there was our first phase of working with ROP, Eden ROP. We've also established a relationship with San Leandro High as well, because ultimately what we need is access to water. We want to get people in the water. We'd love them to be lifeguards, but we also need to be able to teach them to swim. And we are committed in doing that. However, sometimes that means it's going to be over many years or many seasons to make that happen. With Roth, in regards to Aaron Roth about classroom presentations, we try to do that on an annual basis at specific sites that are wanting us to come out there. We do that a lot in East Contra Costa County, specifically in the city of Antioch. Again, what we're hoping for is that the idea is that if you have a police officer that comes and talks about public safety, and you have a firefighter that comes and talks about fire safety, you have a lifeguard that comes and talks about water safety. So it just falls into that regiment. And what we find too is that with that type of identification, if we are that person that keeps coming in, it builds a stronger brand for the regional parks and of what we do. So that's what we're trying to do. The classroom work, very hard. I would say the person that's been moving forward in this is aquatic assistant Tyler Waspy on developing a strong relationship with the ROP program and San Leandro High. A lot of it has to do with that we have to be flexible to go around their classroom schedule and the nuances of working with the school board, which at times can be a little challenging. But we are there for the long haul. Does that kind of answer what we need to do or how to make it happen? Yes, we did. I went and spoke with the city of Richmond and specifically went and did a tour site of their facility. And again, there are some logistical challenges. However, we want to continue our talks into 2020 to see what we can do. Historically, we've had lifeguarding programs out of the city of Richmond, out of the natatorium, but it really depends on who currently is working with the city of Richmond in the recreation department. We had a good run for a few years back, probably about 4 years ago, and then that person left, and then we had no contact, and we now have contact again. So we're trying to make that happen.
Corbett.
Pete, if you could address to the board the impact of Temescal being offline a lot for you and your training. That's a very central location for urban kids, really accessible from the freeways and everything. So I know you've had to shift a lot of your programs because the uncertainty of whether it's going to be open for water quality wise. And I just think the full board should understand that impact.
Yeah, absolutely, Robert. Prior to us having some water quality issues there, that was a thriving facility. We had a very healthy and robust junior guard program of over 500 participants out of 1,000 participants of junior guards. And once that facility was not available, we lost over half of our programming out of that site. And it's still taking a long time just to recover to get our patrons to go back and utilize their recreational swimming there. What we find though too is the other ramifications of that is that we try to pull junior guards out of that program into our aid program and into our cadet program. And when you lose over 50% of that programming, it really, it's kind of like a 1-2 punch in regards to the of our program overall. Not only our seasonal programming, but how we hire and recruit young people. So we would love to have it back because again, we found it was a thriving community that utilized that site.
I just think that that's important to the board because we're talking about trying to figure out how to fund the restoration of Temescal, but one of the elements is that's more than just a lake to us. We have the whole programs that we utilize. It's such a great urban access. So I'm thinking like how do we justify getting more dollars to dredge that lake, which is the primary problem. And this is one of the elements that I think is important. We've lost a really important asset for our aquatic side.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I support that. Pete, thank you very much. Great presentation, and so heartwarming to see the work that you're doing, and especially touching the lives of seniors who may have never had the opportunity to learn to swim. I think that's pretty cool.
Thank you, Director Corbett.
There's a lot of issues around people's access to pools and their opportunities, so it's really important. I wanted to, it's unfair to ask this question, so I'll just sort of pose it. We work with Oakland Strokes down at Tidewater, and every so often we ask them to provide information to us as to how they're outreaching to the community and making sure that they include within their programs the actual surrounding community that lives in the Tidewater area. And although it's never really directly spoken, there is difficulty recruiting students from that area. It's never directly spoken that it's an issue of people not having swim lessons or having fear of the water, but I suspect that that's a major sort of stumbling point for them to be able to include more people from the community, because although they're trying, we get these reports and they really haven't made as much, they haven't gotten as many students from the surrounding areas we'd like them to get. So I'm hoping at some point, and we did talk about this at one past meeting, that somehow we can incorporate our work with them and having them expand to have swimming lessons be part of their recruitment to bring students from that surrounding area into the Oakland Strokes rowing programs. So I know it's not fair for me just to say, hey, can we do this? But I just wanted to raise that because I really think we need to see if there's some you've inspired me with the work you've done, that maybe we can access some more individuals into these swimming lesson programs that then can maybe be part of the Oakland Strokes program?
Absolutely, Director Corbett. Some of the challenges that we face, though, is, and I will just say this only because we've worked through some of these areas, is a lot of times people will go to swim lessons if it's similar to like a corner market. If it's in your community and it's available, they'll go. If they have to drive or go great distances, it makes it a challenge, specifically for some families that are economically challenged. That's why we do a lot of busing in East Contra Costa County. The other thing is we have to really have a good partner that's willing to work with us. And we've worked with the City of Oakland at times, just like we've worked with the City of Richmond. But depending on who's overseeing the recreational program might bring up the challenges or the benefits. So we've done it before. We'd be more than happy to do it again. Again, it's just we need another good partner that's wanting to work with us on that.
There's a channel through the school district as well, and I have no idea which schools still have pools in that area or not, because some schools have had to close down their facilities because of costs. But I think it's worth taking a look to see if maybe there are some facilities in the, because I know there were pools in that area at one time. I'm not sure if they're still operating.
Right.
But
I know they originally were doing some swim lesson programs out of East Oakland Sports Complex. However, that was a relationship and partnership between Oakland Rec and the Oakland Strokes. So I don't really have any information to report on that specifically.
well, thanks for at least entertaining the idea.
No, not a problem,
Thank you.
Director. Anytime.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, any questions or comments?
Well, as usual, we're getting used to these reports, and it's because you've proven yourself to be a leader and a teacher, and you pass on your knowledge, and it's witnessed by the people behind you. And the program is successful because your drive, you've been able to pass on your knowledge and that commitment to a goal, and it's to be commended. And what else could I say? You're the bomb.
Thank you.
Jaworski?
Well, I should probably recuse myself, but
You're not going to.
Well, you know, I think I'm very proud of the lifeguard service. I personally think, having started at Don Castro with Rosario in '74 and '75, and then going to Roberts and working with lifeguards for most of our careers, and then becoming firefighters and responding in the old days to at least 1 or 2 drownings a year. I think the whole key was going from what was it, from rescue and recovery to prevention, and your efforts at loaning out life jackets, doing the swim test, doing lessons. I think expanding in that area just is total success for you guys, and I'm very happy that you're
Thank you,
having
Director
that
Wasping. I
success,
appreciate that.
as we are.
Well, I think that was the voice of experience, which is always appreciated. The only drownings I'm aware of, Del Val, have been because of boat rentals that went out with people without proper equipment. Have you any suggestions of anything we could do there that might improve the habits of people who, I don't know whether they're not willing to say they don't know how to swim or what, but I think if you can think about it and come up with any suggestions, that would be certainly helpful.
Absolutely. I know my team has been thinking about that. I know that there's been some strong collaboration between public safety and operations, specifically in revenue in regards to holds the contract with the concessionaire. I know that we've made some strides on just getting better signage up, specifically within the materials of like each of the boats. I know that there's been a sticker process of just trying to make sure people know. I know that our department in public safety has been a strong advocate for no drinking while boating.
I think it's a good one.
And, you know, we can give you a little bit more in-depth report or recommendations
I think the whole board would be interested. We want everybody safe out there. I think that's a safe thing to say. And I appreciate you reaching out to all communities, including seniors being one. I love the pool I use in Livermore, Lifestyle RX. And I consider myself lucky to have it because it's a warm pool, which this time of the year is nice. I would like to suggest that we maybe talk to the veterans and to see if any of them at the facility near Del Val might be interested in a program. I have no idea. I know there are a lot of them there, and we've had some outreach programs with them, but it's very handy, and so maybe that could be something that we could look at there.
Absolutely. We can
On
look
that
at-
issue, have we worked with I know the VA hospital there at, next to Camp Arroyo on the way in, next to the Livermore Area Recreation Park. They've got a swim facility there in the VA, I believe. Have we ever had a connection there with the
We
vets?
have not had any kind of discussion or talks. We would be very
look
interested.
Because we have
that.
connections with the, we
Okay.
think about that.
I think whatever we can do to reach communities that probably, the charming lady you had telling us about learning how to swim, float on her back or whatever, proves that there are a lot of seniors who would like the opportunity. And you've done a great job of reaching out to a wide range of communities, and I think the board is very proud of all of you. And I personally like your standards for lifeguards. It's not just being able to swim, it's many more things. And I think it shows you a photograph of people who've moved from lifeguard to other positions within the district. We can look over there for a sterling example. Shows us that your standards pay off for all of us. So thank you very much. I appreciate all your efforts and all of your employees.
I appreciate your comments, President Weiskamp, and we take a lot of pride in trying to cultivate and develop a true public servant that serves the community with our seasonals and our permanent staff. And reflect that. So thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, well, thank you for all your service. All of you. Okay, announcements from closed session.
President Wieskamp, there are no announcements from closed session.
Board committee reports. We have the board executive committee. If there's any question or comment about that. Okay, hearing none. There were the news clips, et cetera. Nobody seemed to have a question on that. Do we have a public comment?
Yes, Madam President, we have two members of the public here. First
Okay.
one is going to be Ellen Barth.
Okay.
Hello, members of the board. It's a great honor to be here again and hear about all your magnificent programs. I have come to you today out of respect for all that you do, because I want to talk about Jewel Lake in Tilden Park again. And it's a very small part of your 125,000 acres. And I have spoken here before, as I have with Jim Nesbitt, with the Regional Park Association, presented here with the Golden Gate Audubon representative from the Conservation Committee. I apologize for my voice. I would like today to just mention that I know this district has been studying and planning and seeking funding for years now to repair Jewel Lake, and in September last year there was an agreement with the Regional Park Foundation that it would have priority. However, in trying to follow up on what has been happening, because RFP was first promised over a year ago, and then most recently in March, April, June, July, August, September, October, November, and there is no progress. And that I find distressing. I last inquired of Matt Grau about 2 weeks ago about progress since that September board meeting. I have sent you some photos of the Jewel Lake as of last Friday, showing the further conversion of the lake to marsh and willow. And I find it very disconcerting. I know that over the past 5 years, it has now become almost a non-lake. There seems no hope, given the current process as sketched out for an emergency dredging to save the aquatic wildlife and the habitat. despite all the efforts that have been made, I guess that's just not something that's going to be able to happen. As I heard from recently from Macrel, over the last 2 months, we have been meeting with the Public Affairs and Design and Construction to make sure the district completes a study that will most efficiently evaluate options and costs for restoration and develop a project scope. I forgot to tell you, my name is Ellen Barth, and I'm from Berkeley, California. To attract funds for a capital campaign, we want to develop several options for restoration for the board of directors and the public to review and consider to determine the most appropriate and feasible alternative to restore the lake, the stream, and associated wetlands. We have also added specific technical studies. This explanation of the project indicates a completely new rationale for why the lake's silted-in status is still not resolved on an emergency basis. In the last few years, over the last few years, we have heard the following. We have to budget for, and it can't happen until next year. Next year at that time was 2017. Then it was, we need to get the permits, and that will take time. And that could be only after the actual plan for the lake's restoration and the fish ladder and the engineering plan as well. That was to be in 2018. And when that didn't happen, it was proposed for 2019. Then it was the planning department was preparing an RFP to be presented in early 2019. And then as I sketched, it is still not even close. Meanwhile, in late spring 2019, it was decided that further structural studies need to be done for the dam, although that had been pointed out 4 or 5 years earlier. Now the issues are not even permitting, nor the restoration / structural / engineering fish ladder plan, but trying to puzzle out how to create the most attractive funding package for public consumption, then a board review, then a public review. Meanwhile, Jewel Lake has become what we have been concerned about for the past 5 years, perhaps more, and almost non-lake. There seems to be no hope for an emergency dredging to save the aquatic wildlife and habitat. I had discussions with Mary Jeffords, who you may recall, and Margot Dwind, who was a wonderful observer of the board for many years. When in Tilden Park, the Regional Park Board put in a children's toy lines playground near the parking lot, she was distressed, saying what the real purpose of this part of Tilden Park and Jewel Lake was the magnificence of the open water, a running stream, the habitat that went with the animals. It was also easily available to the people that could come there. It was a magnificent educational asset. I am very distressed that it is now, seems to be no hope that it's going to remain. The willow trees are at least 15 feet tall. The cattails are now 8 or 9 feet tall. I have submitted some photos, which you'll see at some point. So I very much appreciate this park district, which I've been enjoying since 1958 in many, many ways. Thanks you for hearing me, and I made my time.
Thank you, Ellen.
Next speaker is Kaylee Abreu.
So there was mention earlier of shade at...
Kelly, could you introduce yourself, please?
My name is Kelly Abreu. I'm with Mission Peak Conservancy. There was mention earlier about shade, shade at the Shadow Cliffs or wherever. The Los Angeles Times, a couple of days ago, had a story, a great quote, and it was the story is, shade is an equity issue. Amazing. I was shocked to this. Until we have a little bit of awareness and education, which hadn't reached me yet, I didn't realize that in Bel Air and Beverly Hills, they got lots of trees, and in other parts of LA where the poor people live and the less fortunate, they're looking for shade in the shadows of lampposts, waiting for buses. And it's quite brutal. It's amazing. And of course that happens all over the Park District too. And then as far as actions taken by other jurisdictions, I last night was at a planning commission meeting of the Alameda County. Alameda County has a double standard at Doolin Canyon. Doolin Canyon, you're trying to build a little parking lot and a little trail into a park, and they were looking at this proposal that you had sent them. You're on 6600 Collier Canyon Road, and they are giving this thing intense scrutiny. They are looking at the parking lot to trails. The neighbors are coming in and they're asking, what about all these students driving on our road from Blackhawk or Danville? They're driving down our country road to get to the community college. And I'm like, well, why? What's wrong with going to college and getting educated? But they're bicyclists riding up and down the road, and they're tossing trash and litter in front of this proposed park location. I'm like, well, maybe bikes, you know how much litter a pickup truck carries? I've seen it. It's a lot more than a bicyclist can carry. They have a 400-unit housing development on this parking. Your proposal is on one side of the park. On the exact opposite side of the park, on the west side, Dublin is proposing 400 luxury housing units, low density, and nobody. I don't see anybody over there around, complaining about that, where they're paving over the hillsides and putting up houses. This committee, the Planning Commission of Alameda County, was supposed to be going out there yesterday afternoon, doing a site tour and doing a physical inspection. Turns out they skipped that. They didn't have time for that. But they still had plenty of time to criticize you severely and to ask why your staff wasn't out there explaining your position. By the way, the selling property owner didn't bother to show up either. They are not enforcing their own zoning laws, their own environmental laws. This palace, this event center, this lake, this dam, this beach has had no environmental, no zoning, and this planning commission, this county, is letting stuff get built with no permitting and no environmental review, and then they come to you when you're building little things so people can get to a park, and they're all over you. And I want to. This is a double standard. And these planning commissioners need to exercise, need to look at themselves, clean up their own house, and get off the backs of this park district. Thank you.
A question?
Just a question. Don't want to get in a debate, but
No.
is this the barn that is up on Vargas Plateau?
It is. And that's the inside. That was taken in August or so.
A nice barn.
Yeah.
I don't see cows or horses.
Yeah.
Sure, the cows or
And
horses or whatever would enjoy.
The satellite is a little bit old. They put blacktop on the roads, and this is 5 acres of grapes now. They planted all the grapes. They use irrigated water for that. But they don't have permits for the water either.
Well, my goodness. Thank you so much for your information. We will absorb that. Corbett.
Yes, I hope everybody had a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday. And thank you to the Park District for having a Green Friday as opposed to Black Friday. We got a lot of nice positive press about that. I saw people out enjoying the parks, a lot of good TV and everything else. So good job, guys. I don't have very many things to report since we had such a great holiday vacation period there. But in any event, on November 21st, I attended the Operations Committee. And also on that day, being that I'm the incoming president, I had a meeting with our staff to continue to work on getting myself ready for that responsibility. And also that afternoon, I had a meeting with our folks from IPM and an additional meeting with our friends who do the wildland vegetation management. So that was all really, I got a lot of my questions answered, and very impressed with the work that's being done. And my other meeting was this last Friday with Chris Newey. Are you still here, Chris? Over the Thanksgiving holiday to be brought up to date on some of AFSCME's concerns. And I'm looking forward tomorrow to attending our wonderful holiday soiree at the Bridge Yard. And that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Lane?
You know, I forgot one thing. Tonight, we're being honored for our participation in Alameda at Crab Cove, at Concerts at the Cove, with the Alameda Rotary. And they're actually honoring us this evening. So when you see me run out the door before you adjourn the meeting, that's where I'm headed to. But the funding that they raised at the Concerts at the Cove has gone forward, $17,000 to benefit 23 nonprofits, all because we provide music in our beautiful park and partner with the Rotary to raise this money. So I wanted you all to know that. Thank you.
Mr. Lang?
Thank you. I've been in and by a couple of parks in the last couple of weeks. One was Sycamore Valley. I thought I should perhaps check it out. Since it's 5 minutes from my house, I haven't been there in a while. And it's looking very dry. So I'm looking forward to what's going to happen in the next 10 days or so with that patina of green beginning to come up. A lot of dog walkers in that park. And still some cattle in the edges, but not very many. And then also I've been to Martinez a couple of times, getting my walk in, and I did see a gathering of the homeless and the showers, which is a mobile shower vehicle with some tables around it and the ability to get fed, and there was a police car there too, so everyone is talking. And so now I see how they set this up next to the shoreline. I've been to Operations Committee, attended the Contra Costa County Elected Women's Lunch, which was in Martinez. I'm going to Assemblywoman Barakan's open house today, I think. And the Danville recognition evening this evening. And I think they're recognizing some good friends of mine who've done some great things for the Valley community. But they keep these things secret enough so that you have to kind of parse out whether you should go there for these people or not. Then I do want to say that this article on the lightning trout was just a trip. No wonder these fish
Cost
get cost $65,000, but more are predated. You know, I mean, they're a beautiful looking fish, and I'll bet those eagles just think thank you very, very much.
They can see him.
Oh, they can see them. They're gone. But I'm sure the fishermen and women are very happy too. Then the other thing that I did, in Martinez, was I went to the Labor Environmental meeting, which they have periodically, and had a presentation about the mega transportation measure that people are talking about, and the issue of some people wanting to increase the sales tax to do it, others having other financial ideas, and I mean, they're talking about doing a Bay Area measure which would focus on transportation improvements. And the things they were talking about for transit really were like, 10-minute headways in Danville and things like that. And I'm sitting there saying, has anybody ever done anything with transit? And that whole issue of people thinking you just do a ballot measure for the Bay Area and people are going to support it. I think, they supported the Restoration Authority, but whether they'll support a housing measure, which is coming up, and this mega measure, I just have my doubts. And then they also talked about the challenges with Concord and Lennar and the PLAs. And there was, it was a very interesting discussion, both from the labor union point of view and the Concord community point of view as well. And I think there are some real problems going on for Concord as they try to do their planning for the rest of the base. And we had some discussion about that. So that's it for me, and I am looking forward to going to Bridgyard tomorrow, coming here early enough to be part of a carpool.
Yeah, absolutely.
And bringing some things so I get 2 raffle tickets.
Okay. Why don't we go to you, Director Wasby?
Thank you. On November 21st, I attended the Alameda County Fire Advisory Commission meeting, and of note, a couple of things. Chief David Roach is going to retire. A great guy, a friend of the district, but it's a great organization, so I'm sure they'll replace him with someone who will be just as friendly and as good. Another thing that was I thought was incredibly helpful was the program that they funded last year. I thought it was a FEMA-funded project, the pre-fire mitigation funds, where people could throw along the 10 Hills Trail, could cut down their brush and pull it up to the road, and someone would come and chip it for them.
Oh, nice.
And remove it for them. That was a project that was done by Alameda County. They didn't get the grant, so they decided to fund it themselves. They're going to do it again next year, so hopefully the program will get much more popular and soothe some of the neighbors in that area. I attended Troy Schrank's funeral and picnic, memorial picnic last Saturday. It was obviously a very sad event, but it was very encouraging to see. Boy, there was lots of people at that service. There were retirees, there were current employees, there were management employees, union employees, board members. It was just a great tribute to Troy. And he will be missed. I didn't do much. It was a short week, or maybe it wasn't. It seemed like a short week. I hiked around Lake Chabot every day. It's getting, loving the rain, loving everything. And in referring to the lightning trout, I was walking along the shoreline and I saw a lightning trout. It was very attractive. Came right up and.
And then his bird came down.
And the bird got him.
No, he looked a little.
Well, the picture in the paper was gorgeous.
Yeah, I know it's. He had a little albinism, but.
He saw it.
He looks a little more white, but very attractive fish.
Much
I'm
easier
glad
on
we
the
have
fish
him.
if you just photograph it, so congratulations.
And I also look forward to the holiday luncheon tomorrow.
Yeah. Director Rosario.
Okay. On 11/20, I met with Director Dotson and the Workforce Diversity Committee at the Trudeau Center, and I think we're headed in the right direction. And I'm going to jump ahead to another meeting I had in 11/26. I met with Lady Edos from the Chief Diversity. She's the Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer from the Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. And what an amazing woman! And she does inclusion and diversity training for 4,000 employees at the Berkeley Lab, and she's offered her services. I will give all the information to Anna and Kip. They have an incredible program, and like I said, it kind of reinforced where we're going with that, with getting our workforce diversity on track, and a lot of training, and so I'm looking forward to passing that on and working in collaboration with them. And then going back to 11/21, I gave a talk at the Oakland Rotary. There was over 100 people there, and it was very well received. And I just have a suggestion, because I kind of gave an overall talk about the Park District and how we've grown to from 1934 to present. And it would be great if we had, I talked to Dave Mason about this already, about a map that we could show
Expansion?
An expansion,
Yeah,
yes, from,
yeah.
and
I
then just
think
have it color
that would be
coordinated and as it goes out in different
Bigger, bigger,
colors and different
best.
eras. That would have been helpful, but they're very, very engaged, and their biggest question was, how come there isn't another, how come isn't another accessible playground? So, keep that in mind. And then on 11/23, I met with the Oakland Fire Safe Council. I don't know, the Oakland Fire Vegetation Management Plan is up for comment, and they've been very, very active, and I think I've talked to their chief about that plan. So I think Oakland's plan is coming close. And then on 11/23, I attended Troy Schwenk's memorial service and picnic afterwards. It was wonderful. There was a suggestion by some of his coworkers and the carpenters that helped. I guess his last project was helping build a footbridge across the creek, and they thought it would be a nice gesture if we could name the bridge after him. So I think it would be a great idea if we could name that bridge the Troy Schwenk Bridge. And then on my other hat, working with Friends of Sasso Creek, I led a trail maintenance crew had 11 high school kids from all over the Bay Area. And then and on 11/25, I attended the Finance Committee meeting here. And then that evening, I came back for the PAC. And then on 12/2, I met with AFSCME 2428. Ta-da!
You've been a busy bee as usual.
Yes.
Director Dodson.
No, I'll just use the time that I've already been allocated.
Well, we just heard from your cohort there that you attended 2 meetings, so that's on the record.
Yeah, okay.
Okay? It has been a short and quick, but
Just a reminder that Holiday Charity Luncheon is actually going to be in honor of our very tragic loss of employees. This is something I've never seen in my entire history of the Park District. Four employees within 2 months. So very, very, very sad. So we're gonna have a moment of silence. That's gonna be hard with 400 people, but we're gonna make the effort, and I think everybody will try.
We are adjourned. Not too far off from the schedule. I'm impressed. A little luck there. Good. Thanks for the picture. I like it. Yeah. Oh, guys, I have said too much today, and what am I going to do? Go sit some more in the car.
Oh, yeah, you got a long commute, huh?
Well, one never knows. Hi. Hi, Elizabeth. Nice to meet you. I'll see you again soon. That's soon. That is soon. I don't know if this is mine or yours.
I think that's yours. I
All
usually
right.
scribble on mine.
Then
Go ahead.
you scribbles?
Yeah.
Then I will take it. So many paper has been coming at us, honestly. I can't even keep track of it. Somebody's gonna have to help me. Now. Okay. Could I have a bag that's stronger for the calendars? Do we have one? That would be great.